It's my new look. This is my new look. I look like King Tuck. Now keep cool. Stay cool. Like the designer glasses as well. Now, cool ice cream to keep cool as well. So, why don't I have dirac? Why don't I have dirac then? I thought with how much EQ filters all it can offer, I could get all the little kinks, all the little bumps, peaks in the irregularity of the frequency response of a loudspeaker, because they're totally all uneven. The only thing that is even in a sound system is either the sound that goes through the processor or through to the amplifiers. And then you listen on headphones, and then of course the headphones frequency response is all over the place, but is not as bad as a loudspeaker. A loudspeaker is by far the worst offending sound. I've just seen a recent video, a teeny little bit, because I'm not into all these YouTube shills, you know, Andrew Robinson or Gene DeSella. Well, I don't think Gene DeSella's a shill, but I'm not into Andrew Robinson because I could tell he's been very shilly the way, you know, he's just trying to promote and things and talking about in the pricing and showing all, you know, yeah, and then you recommend his channel, and then he gets a little commission, yeah, in the bloody mail. I think bloody cheeky, really. I've just seen a video of him with dirac, but there's no final test of how does it sound with pink noise. Okay, so what you do here with this, and looking at his room, oh god, his room has got no treatment, so it's going to echo, it's going to reverberate when you clap your hand in that room. Even if you sound like a certain word, like ooh, I'm going to hear the reverberation echo in that room. I don't want to hear that. You hear that on the film mix, okay? You deaden the room, make it dead, not dead like it's dead, Jim, you know? You make it so when you clap your hand, you don't hear any pinging echo. It's annoying. Oh, dear. Most people think, oh, you know, no, it doesn't. It doesn't deaden the sound. That's total bullshit. You don't want to hear the reflection and the echo. There are plenty of other places in your home that's going to echo and reflect. Okay? I've been around so many homes. I've heard it all before. And it's like, oh, I'm sick and tired of hearing this same bloody sound. I often hear it associated with some cinemas that have not had a good acoustical treatment. They've only had minor to lower some of the echo reverberation. Magic, he's asked for my ice cream. No, you're not having any ice cream. Not yet. No, not yet. Not yet, Magic. He watches. Dun 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 dun. That's all he does. Dun 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 dun. He licks. Dun 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 dun. No, not yet. Not yet, Magic. You've just been fed. I've just given you wet food. Fuck you now. Anyway, dirac is totally useless to me. Utterly useless. If I was like all the rest of you brainwashed sheep out there, I would be using it. Because I wouldn't be aware of how a film is mixed. What extra sound elements are put onto that soundtrack. And then I'm trying to retrieve other elements on the soundtrack. you got to use a matrix decoder to extract. That sound element of, say, 2 channels has got to pass into a matrix decoder. But it can't be altered on the frequency, otherwise it'll be all skewed up, and then the decoding won't decode correctly. EQ in my system has to be done afterwards, because my B chain is so complex, more complex than any YouTuber's home video. My system is way more complex. I have to have an outboard EQ. It has to be 32 channel outboard EQ, and then I can add it on. But it's got to be cheap. You know, all this EQ stuff has been going around for donkey years now. And I would say I would nominate dirac to make a 32 channel XLR or XLR with DB25 connectors, so it can be connected to, or if they want to stick a Dante on it, they can stick a Dante on the bloody thing if they want to, but I want it with XLR, so I can then connect it to the processor in my B chain. And after any additional matrix decoding has been done, the EQ will be then handed over to the dirac, then over to the amplifiers, which go to the speaker drivers or to the surround speakers, which might be passive crossover. Then I can EQ. Otherwise, I can't EQ. Whatever I got in my system as present, which is rather limited on the PEQ, I have to use that. I have to bear with what I've got. I know it's not perfect. I know it's totally uneven and totally a mess. And it takes quite a bit. Can't just put you can't really just put a speaker, put a microphone back here, and you've got a speaker way over there, another over there, and over there, and there, and multiple. Yeah. Microphone has got to be placed near to the speaker drivers. You do the frequency response, the frequency sweep on the REW, the Roam EQ Wizard, or you do pink noise first. Look at it, evaluate it. You can tell it looks uneven. Then you do the frequency sweep, and then you've got a better clue on how uneven that frequency is. It's all over the bloody place. But when you, like I say, you measure it electronically, it's perfect. It's not ideal. I mean, it might have a roll off depending on the amplifier, on the high frequency, and that's easy to correct. That's easy peasy to correct that. It's a no-brainer, actually. But it's all the uneven on the tweeter, the mid-range, the bass driver, or the bass driver and the HF horn. They're not perfect. They're okay, but they're just not perfect. They need to be adjusted electronically. They need to be equalized electronically up close. Otherwise, you move a microphone back in a room, you know. The system might be the dirac or the any EQ. You might add on excessive EQ, or well, you shouldn't really, or you might subtract some of the EQ on some of the peaks. You might subtract it by way too much. You got to look at it close up, because the room plays a part, you know. You can only EQ a system to be only as good in a few little seats in a room. It's the same with a cinema. It's like, which is the best seats? Like where they put the microphones, where they do multiplex EQing. They can't get all the seats perfect, and that's bullshit. Otherwise, you put a microphone in every single seat in that auditorium. Every single seat. I don't care if it's got 1,300 seats. Then you put 1,300 microphones. That's a lot of... they don't make a mixing or an audio mixer that goes up. So you got to do unplugging and plug-in, and, you know, you got to, do all the sweeps, do all the frequency sweeps. And you know what every seat is, what the frequency response is for that seat, and so on and so on and so on. Then you look at everything, you evaluate it, and you can see how good it is, how good it looks. But it's not going to be it's not going to be like playing the card game Snap. So when you got two cards that are totally identical and you say snap, you slap, bang, you won the game. You're not going to get a perfect mirror image that is transparent. It'll look close. It'll be close enough, and that's about as near as you can do it. That you can't change it. It's impossible. If you try to change it, it's going to be the total opposite in the other seat. You can only get it as, and just like real life, you can't equalize it. It's impossible. I'll let you lick this in a moment, Magic. Let me finish the ice cream. Magic. No, hang on. Hold on. This has got chocolate on it. Hold on. Fuck's sake. Cheeky cat. Hold on. Fuck's sake. Okay. Fucking hell. Okay, all right. Fuck off. Oh. It's no myth that cats mess up things. I don't know what his problem is with ice cream. He loves ice cream. He loves it. He's the ice cream thief. He's the ice cream thief. Oh dear. Fucking hell. Oh, I've never known a cat like that. I mean, he likes yogurt, but really, ice cream. Is this? It's if he can smell it, and cats do have hyper smell sense. So he can smell that. He can even tell when I take it out the freezer, and he can tell I got ice cream. Even though he's eating his wet food, he can tell. He's not stupid. He's evolved. They remember. Yeah. Right. So there's my reason for dirac. That's basically it. I can't use it. Everyone else can use it because everyone else, you think your system is as good as mine? Can it do all the sound? Can it do all the Dolby sound formats? No. But it's just the same with all the other Dolby Cinema processors that I've got in the system, in my rack, in my B chain. All the EQ cards on my Dolby CP200 are all set more or less to default position. That took me several hours to get the frequency bands and look at the real time in pink noise to get the frequency response the same, and the high frequency, the lows, to more or less. So when I switch from the CP200 over to, say, like the Denon, at the time at the time, I haven't checked it with the Storm Audio and done a switching A and B. So I put pink noise in and look at the frequency response to say how it looks on the Storm. That's electronically on the THX monitor on the computer, on the REW. And then I switch over to CP200 where that pink noise signal's going in. And then check to see if the curve is the same level and the same curve. And if it's not, then I'll adjust it until it's more or less close enough. Otherwise, the EQ's got to be done afterwards. It's the same with any cinema system in a cinema. If there's a Sony SDDS, a Dolby CP200, DTS, any EQ would be done last on the Sony SDDS, because the CP200's got to network into that Sony SDDS. The DTS may pass in through to the Dolby CP200 on one of its additional inputs, and then that then passes and goes in through to the unless of course they use one of the auxiliaries on the CP2 on the SDDS, use one of the auxiliaries with the automation. But otherwise, the EQ is done lastly on the SDDS. No DTS processor that goes into a cinema has an equalizer. That's all networked into, say, if it was typically a CP200, a Dolby DA20 digital decoder, and a DTS. Then all the EQ would be then finalized on a CP200, and the fader control as well, because Adobe digital DA20 DTS, they don't have a fader control, so you output a network and there's your fader control on the CP200 or CP65. Yeah, so I can't really do much with dirac. I'm pretty sure it's got a lot of lot of things there to offer, but I can't use it. Can't use any of it. It's totally useless to me because the manufacturer have not thought it through. I think Odyssey at one time, they had an outboard. I think they still do an outboard equalizer that connects on. Not sure how many channels it is. Might be only 8 channels, so that's pretty useless to me because you have to buy another one and another and another and another. It needs to be all in one. It seems to be at the moment like 32 channel is like kind of like a norm sort of thing, but 32 channels are still my CB multi-mode radio would do 360 channels. And I posted comments to dirac on one of their comment things and said, look, unless you make a 32 channel for £500, £500 seems like a realistic price. Okay. So it could have a DB25 and maybe if you want to do, you could have a what do you call it, Dante what's that, like Dante's Peak, that movie with the volcano. The earth rumbles, yeah. Yeah, and you can have that stupid thing. Otherwise, Dante, that's just more of the same, and it's just going to cost more money just to have more of the same. More things change, the more they remain the same. You might as well just use XLR out of the output of the processor, because the sound is the noise floor is bloody low. You'd have to turn the whole bloody system completely up to even notice any hiss. And you want to hear noise? Then you want to go on the CB radio. Most of you audiophile, you haven't heard noise. Go on a CB radio. There's bloody noise on FM. The bloody noise floor is up there, for Christ's sake. You go on to AM, the noise floor's down there. You go on to the single sideband, the noise floor's down there. You go onto a Storm and use the XLR with the HDMI, and the noise floor is like, whoo, where the bloody hell's the noise floor? Of course, if I use the RCA phono inputs, yeah, it starts to pick up a little bit of noise floor, and I can see it. It doesn't bother me. I've heard far worse on the CB, and I've got to listen to modulation. Transmissions that are coming from thousands of miles away across the Atlantic, with about 200 bloody or more stations on the same single bloody channel. That's bloody noise. That's golden ear. That's fucking golden fucking ear listening. Oh, when it comes to fucking hi-fi, oh, please. It's limited. You know, you got our hearing range is panther piss compared to a cat. His hearing range is 40 up to 90,000. That doesn't mean he can't hear or sense or notice anything that's below. It's not like, a cat's hearing stops with with an elliptical filter. Boom, like a brick wall at 40 hertz. Our hearing doesn't stop there. It rolls off. Otherwise, boom, brick wall. 48 dB, brick wall. 48 dB, 24, 18, 12, 6, flat. Bloody hell. What? He wants to eat a fucking wrapper. Fuck off, Magic. Magic? Fuck's sake. Oh, I've got to put this in the bin. My cat's like a bloody rabid zombie. Come on, Magic. Come on. Fuck you now. You're after the bloody wrapper. You want to eat that? You're hungry. Hey. John, stop it. Fucking swear. Fucking, what's it? Fucking like out of that fucking movie. Fucking Invasion of the Body Snatchers. My cat's not normal. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I swear I took him to the vet one time, and I swear they switched him and spray painted him to look like like my Magic, because he's not been the same. His character's changed, but we change. We change. I didn't know that we change. Apparently, we change ourselves every 7 years. I have to do the math on that. Yeah. We change. Or maybe we just get wiser or cynical or disgruntled or senile. I mean, how many other ways can I or maybe early stages of dementia? Yeah, but apparently we change ourselves. Well, I can tell you this, I've been living there for a few years or so, I haven't even changed the paint color on this wall. Why should I? I'll leave it as it is. It leaves it bright. You know, if I paint it another color, then the light doesn't reflect much around. You know, it's just a simple physics. If I painted it black, yeah, I mean, why do most people want a home cinema room completely and utterly black? Would they think it's going to improve their movie style, the watching and everything? I mean, you're still going to notice light reflecting on those walls. There's no way you can't say light cannot reflect on that wall. That's bullshit. You go into outer space, you try put a movie screen in outer space. It's possible. It takes a bit of effort to stabilize it, get it in a position, so to speak. And then, well, of course, it's projecting onto it. And then if you've got something that's moved, you got to have it tracking. But anyway, it's not impossible. But then if you put a projection screen in space and project it onto it, then you start looking around. So you have the screen so it's outward looking, not near the earth, so it's looking in the opposite direction. Then you'll see no light reflecting on the you'll see the star field still around you and that projection screen, depending on how big it is, and you'll see a projection. It's not impossible to do that. I don't think NASA has done that. I nominate NASA to try that. I nominate NASA to do that. And they got to do that by at least the end of next month. If they haven't done that by the end of next month, then they are shameless. Okay, I've nominated you, NASA. It's easy peasy. Go and do it. Don't tell me it's impossible. That's one word I do not want to hear. But then you look at how black it is. You won't see. You got to make a wall or have a substance where it just absorbs light, sucks it in like a black hole. Otherwise, all this black paint screen, all this bullshit. I don't believe a bloody word of it. It sounds so screwy. I just can't believe it. Otherwise, why do people still put loudspeakers in front of a projection screen? To show off the speaker? Yeah, they got tower speakers and they got a little dinky center channel. It's no wonder their home cinema sounds rubbish. Don't moan, you can't hear dialogue. Get some cinema PA speakers. They're a lot cheaper. Secondhand, used. So you know they especially used ones, because you know there's nothing wrong. There's nothing broken unless it's been fed to a lion. It's got to be in good condition. Yeah, that's the real things. That's the real things we listen to at the cinema. The real McCoy. You know, depends on how big the real McCoy is. It could be a very small auditorium, a medium size, a large auditorium, premier size. You know, they all come in different sizes. And the frequency response, of course, it moves out more evenly than it would in the home. In the home, it's a bit more compressed because of the size of the room and where the loudspeaker is placed. Ideally, loudspeakers should be positioned behind the screen, behind the projection screen, middle height, so it's equal distance away from the ceiling and the floor. And then you'll get a good dispersion of the bass, because you know the bass is going to hit that ceiling and then hit that floor. And you can't have any obstacles in the way of that screen. It's got to be clear, just like it is at a cinema. If they start sticking chairs and other obstacles in the way, sound's going to reflect onto it. I look at some of these dubbing stages today, and they got all these computer screens all over the fucking top of the mixing console, compared to what they were maybe 40 years or so plus more ago. Their mixing console was a lot more tidy. Today it's just a fucking clutter. And they're listening, and they're listening? Are you kidding me? Bullshit. You put a fucking thing, an object, a computer screen, up on top of a mixing console, sound's going to reflect behind it, and it's going to create a weird sound. You only have to play pink noise and then move that monitor in the way, so it's in the way, and then move it out the way, move it in the way, and you can hear the bloody difference. Oh, it's no wonder some of these mixes might sound crap in Atmos, because they got fucking computer. They might be misjudging their mixing with their EQing and that, because they got fucking computer fucking screens in front of them. Christ's sake. I know full well, even though my OLED is laying on the floor and my screen speakers are up behind the projection screen, I know even at a very tight angle, narrow, very vertical, narrow angle, the sound is going to come out from the bass mid or maybe the HF horn, travel all the way down to the floor, and then it's going to impact against the back of that OLED. But I don't need to put a microphone there to test. I don't need to do that. I know it's going to do that. Just as easy as I can raise my hand up and move my hand around like this while playing pink noise, and I can tell, oh yeah, it's going, it's making that sort of noise because my hand, and then if I turn the angle and reflect the sound to one side of my ear. You keep your projection screen clear. You don't put speakers in front of it, and you put your speakers behind the screen, not center there, and the left and the right are outside of the screen. I've seen so many home cinemas that are doing it wrong. Those speakers that should be in behind this projection screen. Their only fear is, Bear, get down. Get there. Oh. Their only fear is that, oh, they're not going to get wide stereo. Oh, God. I could play my left center, right center, just 2-channel stereo, non-sync. And I could still get a good tight stereo image with a phantom center signal. And my room's very tiny. If it was a lot larger, it'd be a lot better. But those speakers belong behind the projection screen. I see so many, even Gene DeSalles, he calls it the audioholic theatre or whatever. He's mismatched. He's got his left, center, right. They're totally mismatched. They're not even identical. He's disqualified from the competition because he has a phobia of missing high frequency. Bloody hell, if he still regularly goes to a cinema, then but then if you've been listening to junk music and blasting your bloody ears out and you lost all your high frequency, and it's called high frequency hearing loss. If you play anything that's got a lot of a treble sound in it, you would end up hungry for listening for more sound, because you'd have what's called here high frequency hearing loss. So you've lost all your top end starting off, I don't know what frequency range. I mean, you wouldn't be able to hear it. It's completely, and you have to amplify it ridiculously just to, that's why when most people go to a hearing check, audiologists, they usually stop at around about 8 kilohertz for testing hearing. They don't seem to go any higher above, because as long as you can hear speech, okay, that's what they focus on. They don't care about fucking sound effects and all, or what bat frequency that's squeaking at. They're not interested in that. As long as you can hear it up to hearing frequency range, mostly 100 hertz up to 8 kilohertz. Otherwise, human beings, we're dumb. We are dumb for hearing. And then, some animals are born maybe deaf, they can't hear. But we haven't evolved. We simply have not evolved. That evolution may never ever take place. Where the first thing to probably notice is that our hearing range doesn't roll off as much, and audiologists in the future may notice something that usually it's rolled off for many centuries, and now it seems to be getting more flatter. When you get to a certain age, it's not rolling off. Once you get to about 16, 17 years old, the hearing range rolls off. It just drops. So you want to be a golden ear, all right? And there's a golden sound ear on bloody YouTube. Well, I'm afraid your days of golden earring are over, because if you're in your 20s, or your hearing range is rolled off at sweet 16, I'm afraid. Female hearing doesn't mean they're better listeners than we are. Their hearing range doesn't roll off as much. So if it was flat, a female's hearing might be about there somewhere, I guess, and a male maybe about there. But that doesn't make females better than us, okay? I'll make that clear. Okay? Unless they can hear a sine wave, play a sine wave and they can hear that, okay? And then I'll on the same headphones. So it's under controlled condition rather than a loudspeaker, because you can't use a loudspeaker really unless you are in that same seated position. You can't have one person sat here, another person sat there, and play a sine wave. You've got to be absolutely guaranteed sure with a microphone, firstly, to make sure that sine wave is more or less the same. Well, it won't, because it's going to change. It's going to go up and down with the room. So you use headphones. It's like a friend. I went around a friend and says, "You can't hear that freaking." You said you had good hearing. I had to explain. I may be in a position in your room, what's called a null, where the frequency dips down. If I move over this way a little bit, the frequency will go up a little bit. If I go in that position, it dips down again. If I go forward, it goes up. If I go back a little bit, it goes down. It's called a room mode null. He didn't understand what the bloody hell I was talking about. Because he's always sat in the same position on his sofa. So he's going to hear the same sort of sound. My cat bear has gone bonkers. I don't know what's gone wrong with my cats, but they are going stir crazy. I've got to feed them again because they're going stir crazy. You're supposed to be cool. What do you mean, wow? You're supposed to be cool. bonkers. It's the temperature, it's the hot weather. You gotta stay on top of your dog and your cat and your pet bat. You know, your pet bat in your home cinema, your pet bat. It's got fucking hearing range from 1 kilohertz up to, what is it? Fucking ultrasonic, fucking 100,000 kilohertz, something like that. Yeah. If you got a pet elephant, then, well, that's good for infrasonics. Even if you got a pigeon. Woo, woo. Yeah, pigeons have got infrasonic hearing range. Oh, hopefully my cats will be okay now. I know Magic's very, very frustrated with the hot weather. He's very frustrated. Anyway, that's it, more or less. I don't really have to drag this out a little bit. You know, that's my take on dirac. It might be very good, but it's totally fucking useless to me, I'm afraid, because they made it flawed. dirac engineers, if they were clever, they would be bloody dangerous. They'd be working for the government. They wouldn't be working for Joe Public, make a EQ. Christ's sake, make it outboard. Make it professional. So I can add it on for £500. I'm not paying anything over fucking £500. Because all this EQ shit's been going on for decades and I'm sick and tired of it. All the fucking things they made over the years, it's a toy. You can only do so much. 3rd octave EQ. There's only so many bands. 1/12. No, 1/3, 1/6 octave. And there's a few more PEQ filters there involved. And then 1/12, 1/24, 1/48. Is there something a little bit over 1/48? There has to be. And then you get down to all these little tiny narrow band frequencies. They're little sine wave tones. I need an equalizer that's got 20,100 PEQ filters that could be adjusted from narrow band to wide band, so the Q, so it's all flexible. Then I can EQ my system. Then I can get those speakers to be better than what they were before. A manufacturer can't get a loudspeaker perfect. It's impossible. It's not going to have a perfect flat frequency response like electronically measured up close with a microphone. It's perfect flat. Of course, when you move away from that speaker, frequency response is going to go up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Have they tested it outdoors and then see what the result is, how much the trade-off is on the outdoors versus indoors? And then you could do something on the outdoors, like build a false wall and put a ceiling on and make it adjustable so you can mimic different sizes of rooms. Have dirac done all that engineering and tests? I doubt it very much. Most likely it's been done in a lab, but they haven't shown exactly how they've done it. You know, it's all programming, you know. It's frankly, I don't really give a crap. As long as if a manufacturer out there can make a 32 channel PEQ filters with 20,100 PEQ filters for about £500, sold. £500 is a chunk of money. Otherwise, I can get a CB radio that does 360 channels for less than that. And I can talk on it. I can listen on it. I can turn the fucking thing on right now. Well, there's not much on the AM. The skip on the AM is pretty quiet at the moment. So there's no nothing coming from the Atlantic from the west. Try the single sideband. So look, FM, bloody loud. Go to AM, bit quiet. Go to single sideband. It's a little bit less. Go to CW. It's kind of a little bit up above. Well, it's kind of a bit quieter. CW is a little bit quieter. Usually something's around channel 38 or 37. And there's someone on the single sideband there. Bit distant, can't tell what frequency. Try the high band. Now, something there.
Operator SIS case. Go India Tango Hotel. Yeah, you kind of have 58 and 59. My QT here is the city of Aberdeen in the northeast coast of Scotland. Over.
Huh. I can hear someone up at the northeast of Scotland. Scotland, by the way, is literally that direction. That's north, according to the compass.
Yeah, roughly. Radio 991 there. I'm using working at 5 meters as well, not Tango. 450 Delta. That's about 70 watts at the moment into a stereo 5-way vertical there, bit over.
I'll give it a little CQ. I'll just wait for my burner to warm up a little bit. I'll just go down one channel and just do a channel SWR check. SWR is okay. Just give it a little. It's got to warm up a little bit.
Yeah, it was lovely over the weekend and up about 28 degrees. But yeah, down today it's about I think down about 18, 19 degrees today. It has been overcast just on a thunderstorm come through about an hour ago, so I've had the radio off.
Thunderstorm? Let me check the weather in Scotland.
So yeah, blue skies again, over.
Weather, Scotland. Doesn't show any thunder unless it's cleared, and it's not showing on the weather forecast now.
Yeah, cheers. So I call the best 26 Charlie India 0536 from 108.
I'll just give it a quick CQ.
Yeah, UTX there, and have a nice day there, Vic.
CQ. Oops. CQDX, UK, calling Scotland. CQDX, South UK, calling Scotland. CQDX, Charlie Papa, 148, South UK.
Charlie Papa, 148. You copy 108, Delta 021. Scotland calling.
Copy there, Delta, down here in the South UK. I read you loud and clear.
Yeah, loud and clear. I've got you about 57, 58, 58 here. My QTH is the city of Aberdeen. city centre of Aberdeen. Yeah, 5 and 8 is coming through lovely.
Yeah, your signal strength is coming in between 3 and 7 dB. Radio 4 with the conditions.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for that. Yeah, a bit of QSC there, but yeah, you're kind of 5559 at times, but yeah, you're coming through lovely, loud sound. Operation this time, Keith, by the way. QSL?
I'll let you chat on with anyone else, okay? Because I know the conditions will variable and the signal can fade out. So I'll let you chat on with someone else. Over and out, South UK, over and out.
Okay, thank you. 148 over and out.
Yeah, have a nice day.
Yeah, QSS, anything.
Wow, I got all the way up to Scotland. What's the distance? Well, doesn't go. It doesn't travel that way. It goes upward. So signal goes. My signal is going anywhere from 40 to I think it's 40 to 400 miles up, and then it travels through what's called the ionosphere. And then the signal skips along it, kind of like throwing a stone on water, and it hits the water and bounces, and it skips and bounces, kind of theoretically like that. So that's Scotland is nearly about 1,000 miles. England, the UK is almost roughly about 1,000 miles from Bournemouth up to Scotland, right up the very, very top, Aberdeen. So that's not bad. At times I thought my radio can't do it, but the signal goes upwards. It goes up. Sometimes it, horizontally, the signal, but mostly it's going up. And it travels around the world in just 1 second. Transmit. It goes around in 1 second at the speed of light. 7 times? It goes around the Earth 7 times in 1 second. Whoa, that's mind-boggling. That's absolute mind-boggling. Great Scott. 200 watts of power. Great Scott. That's all I've got. It's 200 watts. Most at peak at about 120. 200 max. But mostly it goes up to you get a peak depending on what mode, what band I'm on. Get up to about 120. If I get a bigger burner, a linear amplifier, maybe 500 watt, 500 half a kilowatt, that my dB signal will go up a little bit higher, so it'd be heard. But it's not as noisy. It's not much noise here on this. And very oddly, it was about 10 kc. Yeah, he's in between. He's in between channel 10, between channel 9 and 10. He's somewhere between, because I had to turn my KC shift nearly 10 dB all around to get the frequency. So I make sure my my fine tune. There's fine tune there, and then there's my KC shift round here. So I make sure my fine tune's more or less centered, and then I'll just turn the KC shift around until I'm more or less roughly on the same frequency. But it sounds like he's got a ham radio, so he'll probably have a frequency readout. I've got a frequency meter here, but I don't. It's not connected up. I need to hardwire it soldered onto the into the radio. Not actually into the radio. I need to drill a hole, put an RCA phono on the back of the radio, and then I've got and then I'll have an RCA phono that'll connect, because it'll be then hardwired. So when I turn it on, it will display the frequency. Otherwise, have it connected up onto the antenna, onto the what's called the RF. the RF output, and then it would only display the frequency when I transmit, and it never matches on the when you're on single sideband. It goes up and down because the signal's fluctuating. It's moving up and down, up and down, up and down. So it's better to hardwire it so so it displays. It's always there. Otherwise, ham radios, they're built different. Their filters and such are a little bit better quality. Otherwise, not interested in buying a ham radio. It's too big. That's good enough. That's good enough. That'll work for me. Yeah, so got Scotland. That's not bad. That's roughly not an hour into the video. So yeah, I have to skip through the video later on and make a timestamp, because I didn't know I was going to talk about EQ and frequencies. There's a lot of frequencies on there. There are a lot of frequencies. And they all travel at the speed of light. There's someone on FM there, but I can barely hear them. I can pick the signal out a little bit on the single sideband, but it's someone on the FM. Fucking hell. I can only bear that noise for so long. It's a lot more quieter on the single sideband. And I check the low band out. Oh, I heard something there. Somewhere between or no. Otherwise, channel 6. Otherwise, channel 6 midband AM. That's what's called the American bragging. It's where all the Yankee doodles go on there and brag how much power they got. And yet you can't hear a fucking word in edgeways because there's so many of them on the same channel. You can't have a conversation. It's impossible unless you got someone that's living down the road from you. Otherwise, you try to communicate from the East Coast over to the West Coast. It's just impossible. There's just too many stations on there. It's just, you get a few words, yeah, okay, and then you get someone else coming in between with a little bit more power, okay, and you just can't have you got to then say, go to channel such and such, go to another channel where it's probably less quiet. There's not many stations on it. Yeah, but it's pretty quiet there. It's quiet there. I hear a little bit there on channel 12, but it's very faint. It's very, very far back. Even if I go on channel 19, it's the trucking channel. And it's quiet, but I know it's active. It's just that the conditions for the skip are not flowing over. The signal's not carrying. It's not traveling up over the ionosphere. It might be going in the up. It might be going a very short distance. Even in America, the conditions might be very mild. And so if you've got someone on the east and someone on the west, and the conditions are not very good, you're not going to hear. You can boost the power up maybe a little bit, and then you might just hear the signal. Well, you wait for the conditions when they're good, and then you can practically transmit using standard power, 20 watts, and it'll get you there, providing, of course, there's not much other interference on the, noise, or there's not any other stations in between or nearby that got more power. Meter reading that goes up to about 30 plus dB. And if someone was really close, and the RF gain, what's called the RF gain there, if that was turned all the way down and someone was still giving me plus 30, they got to be outside using some extra power or something, because even with standard power, the signal will drop down. And if it was very high power, then the signal will still be pretty up high. That's how it works. But radio is pretty useless unless the conditions are good. Otherwise, the mobile phone is absolutely a load of toss. And I'll turn the radio off. Otherwise, the mobile phone's a load of toss. Fucking most time you can't even get mobile. You can't even use it for mobile data outside because you're not getting a good signal. And I thought the bloody GPS and all that fucking satellite shit, 200 miles above us, maybe 300 miles, and damn, it's either the network is so many people on it and their system just can't handle it today, or it's just a crappy phone. I think it must be a crappy phone, actually. I mean, I got to repair one phone. I've got to repair this because the screen on this is not reliable now because it wanders, it drifts. If I try and move it around, it starts drifting. But this is a good phone. I like it. I've got to take... I've got to undo all this screen here and pull the back off, take the back off, and then take all the electronics, all the components out, and transfer that over to another camera body that I got with a screen. I've got to transfer all that over and then put it all together and then hope it works, hope it turns on. And then the screen should be not a problem. It's got a little crack in the screen at the bottom. It's got a little crack. So when I press on it, I can see the liquid, but it's not totally shattered. But it tends to drift. It's unreliable. I can't really navigate with the damn thing. It's a bit awkward. Sometimes I get lucky using it, and yeah. Otherwise, it's got stereo recording. It's got a microphone. It's got a little microphone about there. There's another microphone here, about there. So it's got two microphones on it for stereo. This crappy thing, a Motorola, I thought they made communication shit and all that, huh? This is a load of bloody rubbish. This model doesn't even have stereo microphone. It's only got a microphone that's about there at the bottom. It's just a single mono microphone. But then I like some mono film mixers, but then really stereo mono microphone in this day and age, they couldn't even make this model stereo. So if I bought another model that was stereo, but a mobile phone, talk here, listen here, that's it. That's all the damn thing is good for. Or a compass, or do a video of some sort. It's hardly good for a picture taking. It's like for picture taking, it's like one of those cheap bloody cameras you used to buy at a bloody airport. That it's like a little snapper camera, with 24 exposure or something, you know, a little throwaway camera. These fucking things, that's not a bloody lens. That's fucking pathetic. Want to see a real lens? I'll show you a real lens. That's a real lens. That's a real fucking lens. That's a fucking lens, that is. Fucking mobile phones. But the difference with the trade-off, that's lighter in weight. It'll take a picture that's kind of near okay. This will take a picture that's It's as simple as that. The lens is what makes the picture. The lens. These are just fucking pathetic fucking throwaway things. I can just fucking do that. Don't give a shit about the fucking things. They're fucking so cheap. They're so mass produced. They're fucking cheap. At least the camera body for this was cheap. I've seen so many misleading videos on YouTube. People panicking because they got all their pictures, their pictures and video, you know, on their phone, and they can't read their display because it's completely shattered. And they think they can transfer by connecting the USB to the laptop, but unless the phone is switched to USB output, so it can talk, handshake, and then you can transfer everything over. You know, it's not a loss then, you know. But otherwise, if that thing's switched in, if that USB connection port is switched off, it's no way round it, really. You got to open the whole bloody thing up and just take all the parts out and put it into another phone, put it all back together. Bingo! It's like a brand new phone for less than £50. You don't have to go out and buy a new fucking phone. Otherwise, you buy a phone that's what, £1,000? Oh, you break it. Oh, if it was really badly broken, literally right down to where the hard drive, where the storage drive is. Oh, then that thing is, everything's lost on it. You know, you just spent $1,000 for a fucking stupid phone. That's all you see today. People on their fucking tap. Mostly, they're probably tapping on it most of the time to delete data files, because these can only store so many gigabyte. So every time I do a video, whether it be on that or if I try to use this, I'm not going to open it up yet. I've looked at the video how to do it, and of course I've got no experience. I've got basic soldering and that. I've got basic electronic skill, but I saw how. Oh, let's see, it's on. So I've got open it. Yeah, I still get all this junk crap on here, for Christ's sake. Fuck off. But the screen's a little bit unreliable sometimes, so I've got to open it all up, and otherwise these things are just throwaway. They're just throwaways, just like a laptop. Throwaway. Nothing's totally a loss. People sometimes panic like everything's on the hard drive. I brought a device that, if I haven't tried it yet, so I can connect a hard drive, any hard drive, to it, and then it'll connect to a system, and I can transfer everything off that hard drive over to everything, except I don't think it would do programs. So if there's pictures or anything in a files that are stored, yes, but it won't. I don't think it transfers programs. So especially when programs are written for another Windows system, it's not going to be handshake compatible, which kind of pisses me off, actually, because I thought someone would maybe rewrite that program file so it could be compatible now with some of the other systems as well as the older systems. So it's a bit more universal. You think of space travel when they go out there, well, it'll never happen. Okay, take my word on it. Mark my words, it'll never happen. So you think they got to travel worlds and all that? You think how outdated their computer system's going to be on their long journey? Their system's going to be outdated. What, you think they're going to get a new Windows update on the bloody thing? could you trust? I mean, the upload, the download up onto the download for it. Crikey, would have to be absolute precision. If it is slightly a minor discrepancy in the signal, the program won't work. It'd be useless, and you just spent a couple of days or so trying to upload it because the further you go out, the more time it will take to send a transmission. And the further and further you go out, well, forget about it, because most of the operating systems on that spacecraft are going to be completely obsolete. You'll probably be surprised you've still got oxygen. You'll be grateful that you got oxygen on the bloody spacecraft. Maybe. But food, water, you got to take all those variables in, you know. How many are going to another planet? That sort of thing. You know? How many will survive it and see it? Well, they won't. You'll die. You would die long before even seeing it. You can go around the solar system, but there's only one planet really to bother with, Mars. Yeah, what's there to do there in an environment suit? They keep talking about it, NASA. Every bloody year they keep babbling. And guess what? 1 decade goes by, 2 decades, 3 decades. NASA, you're boring. You bore my bitch tits off, NASA. Not to mention everyone else. Oh, crikey, we're paying our tax dollars for NASA. This is bullshit. You're damn right it's bullshit. You know, you think, bloody hell, everyone's paying with tax dollars, right? Yeah. But your tax dollars didn't make it happen. It didn't put man on the moon, allegedly. The mind up here is what did it all. Without that, none of this would happen. It's as simple as that. If Doc Brown went back in a time machine and stopped mankind at a certain point, or maybe primate or such, we most likely would never have developed the advanced human developed mind, and would still be going ugh, ugh, and scratching on the bloody wall. Maybe. It's very hard to, and anyone could be clever and smart, and you only have to fall over and bump your head in a certain way, and everything's erased. You'd be vegetabilized. You'd be in a wheelchair, vegetabilized. Depending on how severe. Just like a computer hard drive gets corrupted in a certain way, and there wouldn't be anything really to recover on the blooming hard drive. And yeah, but otherwise, I've got a few hard drives that I ripped out from other computers years ago. I'll be very surprised if there's anything retrievable. Where's this device I got? Put it up. Look, put it up here somewhere. I think that's it up there, way at the top. I think this is the little box. Yeah. That's it there. What's that coming out of there? Light, power of God or something. I'm beginning to understand Hitler's interest in this little box. Oh yes, this little box can move mountains. Yeah, I haven't even connected this up yet. So it's a box of surgical gloves. So I've got a little project. If I ever get around to it, if I've got the time to get around to it, I have a pretty scientific project. Pretty mind-blowing, because I've seen some of the mind-blowing ones on YouTube. And then I think, yeah, well, I've seen that. Okay, I wonder if I can take it a bit further. I wonder if this is possible. I don't know. I haven't tried it. I don't know. So I've got surgical gloves because I've got some pretty dodgy stuff. And, you know, if you get it on your fingers, or you could be allergic or a reaction to it. So I've got surgical gloves because I've got some pretty dodgy stuff. I don't want to get it on my hands. And I have to keep my cats well out of the way of the project, because they can't come near it, because it would be toxic, I would imagine. Yeah. Other than that, I've got a fucking PSU power supply to repair, so I can get my D theater VHS D theater back up and running. Hopefully. Well, that's what someone said. Most likely cause is the capacitors have failed. Which ones? You got to replace all these capacitors. Once that's done, it works. It works again, because what's happened is, most likely, is it's under voltage. It turns on, it plays the tape, but there's no video or audio signal coming out, because it's got to pass through to another part of the circuitry on the board, on the player. So it's got to go through video processing, audio processing, and what's probably happened there is the power supply, some of it's failed, and it's not supplying the correct amount of voltage to run the video and the audio. So that's my take on it, theoretically. If it's under voltage, it's not going to work. If it's over voltage, it's going to go kaboom, kabang. And then you've got to replace it. But other than that, I can't see any bulging capacitors. But that doesn't mean, you know, I've got something like nearly 20 capacitors or something to replace on it. I should have done that a couple of months ago, because I've had the parts now for a few months. It's just hot weather at the moment, and seeing how my cats are bolting around, it's not something I really want to do, because they're distracted by many things. Like Bear, I think he can notice there's a fly. Help me, go away, leave me alone. There's a fly going around. Jeff Goldblum, you know, the fly. Yeah. So, yeah, I've got to wait till winter time. I've got to wait until winter time, so I do that. And the weather is a bit cooler as well, because I won't be sweating as much. Because that's precision sort of work. And I can't do it with distraction. I know laboratory under ideal temperature condition, yeah, I can do that. Otherwise, I can't be out of the way. Keep my cats out of the way. They got to be calm. Otherwise, they come bolting over the bloody thing, knock things over, and yeah. But bears onto that fly, wherever the fly is. Don't eat it, all right? Do not eat that fly.
If I ate a fly, oh well,
Yeah, don't eat the fly.
Help me, go away.
I saw the fly. I saw the beast. I can't believe it. More and more worried, concerned about wasps. Any rogue wasp, or maybe if I see a bumblebee, I'll get the bumblebee out. If I see a wasp, I'm going to squat it. Can't take a chance. Can't take a chance with a wasp. But you can't kill the bee. You can't kill the bumblebee. You got to get the bumblebee out, because without the bumblebee, that's it. None of this will exist. It's simple as that. If the bumblebee goes, we go. Everything goes. And you got all these arseholes messing around with nuclear missiles and weapons, and oh god, I can't believe how many imbeciles there are. How many inconsiderate. Yeah. Dear, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. You know, it's like these stupid Avatar movies. You know, I'm not into those Avatars. First one was like, yeah, it's okay. It was some of the action with the James Horner music score playing, and the near to the last 30 minutes of the movie. Yeah, it was okay. Other than that, it was like watching Dances of Wolves. And I'm certain I haven't seen a single frame or pixel of Avatar #2. Do not care, not interested. Where's the abyss, James Cameron? I want to see the decompression with the submersible getting imploded in high definition 4K in Dolby stereo. I don't care for Dolby Atmos, thank you very much, because it'll be a crap Dolby Atmos, mark my words, because they will not spend millions of dollars, months and months and months and months and months, or nearly half a year mixing it, because, you know, we're talking precision sound, aren't we? That's what Dolby Atmos, that's what Dolby Laboratories have been marketing the bloody Atmos. It's best ever, you know, it's perfection of bullshit. But no, realistically, it would take probably half a year to use all the original soundtrack elements and then create everything brand new with still the dialogue pans in it, and maybe put a bit more extra dialogue panning to make it sound more realistic, as with dialogue and panning in the surround, and well, the Atmos needs to be modified. It needs to be trade off a few of those channels and use it for discrete below surround, and then it's got something to show off. Otherwise, it hasn't got anything to show off for me. It might impress a lot of other people, but I'm afraid it doesn't impress me. It's pretty dull. It's pretty boring. You know, most engineers haven't got a fucking clue how to mix with it. I can hear a sound mix in a movie, and I can strip out a certain element of, say, a choir or a musical instrument, and think, yeah, if that was panned, fade it out, fade it away from these channels, and then pan it and move it, so it creates some sort of harmonistic, uplifting sort of effect. Otherwise, most of the music, it sounds the same. There's no individual elements in it. It's like they just copied it and pasted it onto the fucking ceiling, and it sounds boring. And anyway, everyone thinks it's immersive. In a real world with an orchestra in a hall, the orchestra would be down here and they're all back around, and it's just reflectivity of loudness, of the reflectivity. Otherwise, to put musical instruments around and move them around artistically, that's got to be done under very, very long duration of mixing. It can't be just done in a week. It's got to be a very, very skilled craft to get that, to play tricks on the auditory, to create a psychoacoustic, to sort of like give a wow. And you got to have a test audience as well to, show it off with, because they don't know. They're mixing it for them, and they're basically guessing, But you got to pull something off that's really supreme. And if it isn't supreme, then it's going to sound just like every other woke Dolby Atmos movie, all those Marvel rubbish movies. It's just going to sound like all of those, and it's nothing special. It's not bringing anything to the table. I like the days when they did Dolby stereo mixes, and that's pretty good. You get a proper Dolby stereo system at home, a proper one, and it's all configured more or less to mimic the exact same as in a cinema, even though it's in a small scale in a room. But then again, you play the same 35mm print in a premiere size auditorium, and then it gets moved into a smaller screen that's probably 30, maybe 50 seats, out of 1,330, and you got a small auditorium. It's the same film print, the same theatrical mix. Why they bloody near-field all this crap for this 4K crap? Christ's sake. Put a sock in it. Near-field, it is not necessary to change the dialogue level or the sound effect level. It's not necessary. Mix it once, release it once. Done. Kaput. Move on. Go on to the next project. Mix it once, release it once. Move on. Go on to the next project. Stop going back at it and molestering the bloody sound mix. Oh. But if you're going to do a 4K of an old movie, you've got to have the original actual theatrical. The actual thing. They're all analog sound. They're all magnetic. It's all, done before Pro Tools. And some of that's still magnetic. Anything there, it originated on magnetic. If it's done today, then it may originate only in digital. Only. You can transfer that digital, if you want to, over to magnetic. And it would have a certain characteristic. Film studios can't use an excuse today that, you can't. Fucking hell, most of these AV receivers now have got how many channel decoding? Fucking hell. How come they haven't released, how come Sony Pictures have not released all their 200 titles of SDDS 8-channel mixes? All you have to do is take the SDDS is only a delivery sound format. Dolby is only a delivery format. DDS is only a delivery format. CDS is a dead format, delivery format. Oro, well, that's the bloody dodo. You just take those original 8-channel Sony mixes, put them onto Dolby Atmos because they got the left center, right center. And then, yeah, you can play that because I take Black Hawk Down. I take Black Hawk Down with a pinch of salt on 4K. I take it with a pinch of salt because I don't know if I'm listening to actual legitimate left center, right center because I've not heard that mix in SDDS. So if anyone thinks, that was an SDDS title. I heard it at the cinema. Yeah. How many times have you heard it at the cinema? Once? Where was you sat in that auditorium? Because if you're sat roughly in the middle, chances are you'll detect the left center, right center very vaguely. The closer you are to the screen, the more you'll notice the difference. And if it was that good, then you'd go back and see it a second time, and a third, and a fourth, and a fifth, and a sixth, and a seventh, and eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th. You'll see it that many times over if it was that good. That's what I used to do. I used to see it multitudes of times. I'd go back and see the same movie again and again and again because there wasn't anything that can match that on TV. There wasn't anything of the scale that can match it. So, yeah, I think Sony should release all their 200 of them, 200 movies that were mixed in SDDS8. Not all of them are great movies. Some of them are good and some of them are pretty... I think this one's going to be pretty boring. And how much utility use of the left center, right center is used? Do they use it a lot? Do they use it a little bit? I don't know. There was very few SDDS cinemas in the UK at the time, and mostly they were all up near London or a little bit further up north. Hardly any down here. So, I think Sony should just release their Sony SDDS, but they don't have to call it SDDS. And not unless you make an SDDS decoder processor. That's not going to happen. But Sony said many years ago in a magazine, very jealously, they said, we will never release SDDS 8 channel for the home cinema market. It's strictly for cinema. But it's no longer. It's kaput. So SDDS is kaput now. It's phased out. It's no longer used. It's either Dolby or occasionally you see the Datasat logo. Very rarely, which is also part, I think, DTS. But largely on a whole, the most common logo you will now see on the end credits is a Dolby Audio or Dolby Cinema or Dolby Atmos logo. That's the most common logo you will now see. It's kind of like going back to where it started in the 1970s with Dolby System, and then they redesigned the logo, and then eventually, I think in about a few years later, it said Dolby Stereo, or recorded in Dolby Stereo in selected theaters. That was up until mid-1980s, and then that logo changed, and occasionally you see something that says Spectral Recording, SR, Dolby Stereo, and you think, what the bloody hell's that? It's just wider frequency range, better noise reduction, best quality analog sound you could possibly hear. Because it stepped up over Dolby A-type. which had been used since the 1960s for recording music, and then it got adopted into cinema during the early 1970s with a mono mix, and then eventually a Dolby stereo without surround, and then eventually Dolby stereo with surround matrix, and then used with Logan's Run magnetic 6-track. Logan's Run was the first movie to use magnetic 6-track Dolby. And then, of course, later Star Wars, Close Encounters, and then it just went on. And then until the early 90s, cinema digital sound come along, digital sound. Even though early attempts slightly before it to try and create digital sound for cinema were kind of like one-off. And then you got something then that's coming along that's trying to establish itself for a future digital sound format delivery to make it conventionally cheaper, because 70mm print 6-track mag was extremely expensive. Extremely. Optical soundtrack delivery, bit cheaper. But the sound quality is not as good as 6-track magnetic, which is kind of like the high end, the Rolls Royce. But then digital comes along, frequency response gets increased a bit more, so they can go down to more lower infrasonic frequency. They can use it if they want to, or they can restrict it and still keep the frequency response maybe 20 hertz up to 20,000. Frequency response on the high end was just increased a little bit, where 70mm can only go up to as much as 18,000 kilohertz, so they say. And then digital, just go up a little bit more, if you can hear that frequency. If anyone can hear even 18,000 kilohertz on 70mm mag, or even today, a film that was done mixed analog, and then transferred. There's some films on DVD, Blu-rays, or whatever, or Laserdisc, AC3, and its frequency range may only cover up to about 18,000 kilohertz, and then it'll have a roll off. It's not going entirely up to 20,000 because of the year the film was mixed and because they were using analog. When they mix digital, you got extended frequency, which is only a few cycles. It's not a big deal. If you can't hear a pure sine wave at 20,000 kilohertz at a very low sound pressure level, then you can't hear it, I guess. You got to increase it until, and it's like, turn it down, because you feel this kind of pressure on your ear, and it'd be very, you look at how high that sound level meter is, it's going to be, very bloody high, more higher level than trying to play low frequency. Low frequency is easy. We could perceive we could perceive some sort of pressure on our body, or we might sense, you can sense an air pressure moving. But with high frequency, it's a little bit different, and it's not easy to achieve. Not unless you want to burn your voice coil out or start clipping your amplifier in the red. It's not easy because our hearing range is rolling off. And, the only real entertainment you'll get out of looking at the only entertainment you'll get out of 20,000 kilohertz is observing it on an SBL meter or on RTA and seeing the actual frequency. And that's the only entertainment you'll get. You won't be able to hear it. Yeah, I mean, you could put the headphones on, okay, and you might just about hear it. But with the loudspeakers in the room, you don't know if you're in a null. You move a little bit over that, oh, I hear it. I move a little bit over, oh, I can't hear it, because you move the microphone. Play a sine wave, high frequency tone, and move the microphone very steady so it stays in the same position, and just track it along the width of the room, and then go back the other way, and then move it back a little bit, and then start tracking it along again, and then move it back a little bit and start tracking. You know, you can't go moving the microphone manually with you, because you're going to be going, that microphone's going to be going up, down, side. You know, you've got to have a track, like a piece of track going across the width of the room, and then you can move the microphone, slide it along very evenly, and see how good the frequency response is. It's not a big deal. It's very simple to do. I thought of doing it myself. Make a track, something like a track, and so I could fit the microphone on, and then just move it along very steadily. So I can raise it up and down the track. I can raise it up and down, and move it forward and back, so I can track the frequency in the room where the sound's going to be. Hello. Oh, I'm on my dodgy phone here. It's surprising it works, because it's very unreliable. Let me activate the homing device. Homing device activated. I'll see if it connects. 1, 2, 3. No, it's not established. Hang on, I've got to turn it off. Hang on, let me scroll down on the screen if I can. Bluetooth. No, try that again. See if it connects. Okay. See if it connects. 1, 2, 3. No, it's not talking. Let me try. It's not handshaking. That's weird. Maybe it's because I got the laptop turned on. And there's conflict between the laptop and the phone. My camera position is moved around. Hang on. There I am. As you see, I'm naked because it's hot weather. Oh, my camera keeps switching. My phone's going a bit wonky here. Okay, I'll switch back there. Yeah, my phone's. I'm not sure if you can see here. Occasionally, yeah, can you see that? I didn't make that switch. I didn't switch the camera.
It started a couple of times.
Yeah, it's playing up. It's acting up, this phone. The screen is broken, so I've got to, like I say, I've got to take all the parts out of the phone and put it into a new phone body.
Yeah.
And then it'll work perfect.
Oh, okay.
Allegedly. I mean, for £50, you can't go wrong. If it take the parts out, it can't go wrong. I can't boost the sound quality here. It's not connecting. Maybe if I do a scan. I can see you're in your jeans there, and you look very, very cool.
I don't know. It's hot.
It's hot. How come you're not in your shorts? You know.
Yeah, it's too cold for shorts.
You're too cold for shorts.
Thunderstorms sometimes.
Yeah, but it's very humid.
Sometimes.
Ah.
But I'm upstairs, so just.
Yeah, but you're upstairs. You'll be in the loft area, so it's very hot up there.
Yeah. I have to work when I have the time to get this circus finished.
Yeah. My camera just keeps switching.
Yeah.
Try and switch it. Try and switch it back the other way. There we go. Stop. Okay. No, my phone just keeps.
Yeah.
How I got a backup here. I've got a backup system. Go over to messenger, message in a bottle. And I'm switching over now, so I should connect in a second. Come on. And we're connected. Okay. And maybe if I turn this on now, it'll probably talk. Because I think it's only connected to the laptop at the moment. See, my phone's doing all random shit at the moment. Oh, yeah, you're on the speaker now. That's better. I can hear you clearer. It's doing random shit. I'll turn it off. It's so unreliable, that phone. So have you got the CP200 up and running? Oh, great. You got. Can you operate all the inputs on it? Do they work? All the inputs, projector 1, projector 2, on those inputs? No. But it knows the audio. It know when you switch to it knows it's just audio signal going into it. It's not really a projector because a projector image doesn't go into the processor. It's just audio. It's just an audio switcher. It's just an audio switcher. But you could wire one of those inputs. So what I did with mine is I just wired one of the surround channels for the sub bass channel, which is the middle meter at the bottom. So you got the meters at the top, left, center, right, and then at the bottom you got left, and then you got right, and the one in the middle I use that for sub bass. The other way to do it is, I think you're going to have to do some very weird wiring, and I really don't know why, but you'd have to take the because how it works is you've got to have the stereo surround, and then put the sub bass with the stereo surround, the LFE signal. So you got to merge, you got to mix those two signals together. And what happens when you select, I think Dolby format 42, it'll probably send the surround signal out as mono, and the sub bass signal would pass through, but it goes through a crossover network that they got in that processor, that it's got a crossover. So the sub base operates from about 200 250 down to the lowest, and the surround operate from about 450 hertz. So it's got the crossovers don't overlap. They're kept apart a little bit, so they don't get cross talk. That's that's very early days sort of thing, but Dolby Digital's way better because they can take full range sound on each channel and take it from the highest frequency down to the lowest without any crosstalk or uh, or special crossover card or anything. It was early days. It was experimental for 70mm. It's experimental, but it worked. But if you want to try that technique, Mikhail, so you got one input wired, so you can actually use that format 42, format 43, and actually hear how it actually is sounding and what it's, you know. But if you got a Dolby Digital signal that's been mixed, full, maybe remixed, I guess, full range all the way down to the lowest frequency, yeah, I guess you're going to be cutting off a lot of the low frequency on it. That's my guess. Laser disc. Where is it? Show me. Have you got it? Show me. Yeah, it's the same one. Um, um, I've got a spare one up here, Nicole. What? That's what Darth Vader said. What? I've got a spare one up here. The power supply blew up on this. The power supply blew up because I completely utterly forgot when I got it many years ago. I got that years ago. That did. I completely utterly forgot it was a Japanese voltage, and I didn't have a power converter. It only lasted 1 second. That's all it takes. Bang, 1 second. And then the seller was very understandable, and he sent me out another one for I think he sent it out for free. He was understandable, because I made a mistake. It was not intentional. I just completely utterly forgot to get a power converter to convert the voltage. But the chances are that might work for the what? So does the little one you got? Does it power on? But it's not decoding. I know the problem. What? That's what Darth Vader said. Use an optical lead connected to it. Use an optical output lead. All right. Okay. Same problem. Well, that's weird. Well, that is weird. If you want, give me your address there, and I'll send that thing, and you can just transfer. What? No, I'll just mail it off to you, and you could because it's most likely all the other parts inside it are okay. It's just the power supply that got kaput. I don't know. All you have to do is just transfer the parts. Just take, connect the transformer that you got on that one and connect it to the other one. Take the transformer out and connect it over to that one, or whichever way you want to do it, and just, and then try it. I'll send that over to you if you want, because I can't make it work. I have to replace I'll have to replace the whole power supply on it. Let's grab it again. Yeah. The power supply on it is there, isn't it? That's not a good picture. That. I'll try and get some light on this. Oh, that's better. Get some better light. I need to get the camera in a good position here. Oh, that's good. There we go. We've got a picture now. Have you opened yours up? Yeah. I tell you, some of the chips inside this get pretty hot, but then there's the heat sink on this. The heat sink. This unit does get pretty warm. But chances are it might be some of the capacitors that are blown. I've not stripped it down and tested. So it's most likely only a few components that are blown. Very easy to repair. Oh yeah, stripped it completely out. Sorry. Yeah, it's there in the middle. There in the middle, where that's where the transformer was. That's where I've just noticed it. I'm thinking, yeah, you see all the pins. That's where a transformer went. That's what went most likely kaboom. So everything else is probably working on this. I just don't know which. So it's a paperweight. It's a paperweight now. If you want it, you can play around with it. So much I could do with it. Oh my gosh, it is hot. It's very warm. I'm still waiting for a GoPro thing camera, so I could put it on the bike. Something a little bit better than using that, because it can only store so many gigabyte. The camera thing, which has got about 500 gigabyte. I think it's 500 gigabyte. That's hours worth. So I could stop record a video, stop it, record a new video, stop it, and then upload all the adventures of my cats outdoors. At the moment, he's very, very, very he's relaxing. But I'm not taking, if my camera, if it turns up sometime before 7 o'clock, if it turns up before 7 o'clock, I'm going to pack everything up, get everything ready on the bike, and I'm going to take Magic out on the bike, just go down to the beachfront, look around, and then head back. because it might rain. It may rain because it's overcast cloud and it might start raining. So I just want to test the camera. I just want to go out, test it, see if it works, and then come back. But I want to take Magic out because he hasn't been out in weeks. I haven't taken him out in weeks and weeks. That other cat, he's spoiled. He's been out 20 times. Poor Magic's only been out twice. Oh, poor cat. Doesn't get to see the outside world. I'm curious about the wood beams you got there behind you. Yeah, show me more. Show me more because it's got sound. It's got some sound potential use. You got quite a bit of potential in that room to exploit. Yes. So if you were to go around, or if you could get your missus to come up and say, I'm gonna get a towel and a hammer. Put the towel around the wooden beam and then tap it with the hammer. Because if you tap it with a hammer, it's going to make a wooden sound. If you put a towel, all right, okay. Can you feel it? Can you feel it in the floor? Uh-huh. Okay. Yes. No. Mm. Plasterboard. Drywall, plasterboard. It's called plasterboard. It's plaster. It's yeah. Uh-huh. I just thought you could put bass shakers. If you were to fix a bass shaker, I don't know how well it'll work, or it's got to perform. It's got to perform very good at a very low voltage. And if you could get a sine wave to travel through the wood, it should travel through the wood beam. And then you got so many of them. I was just thinking maybe there's something there that to experiment with, to so you're not creating too much airborne sub bass sound, but you're creating also mechanical vibration. That's the movie soundtrack or music. You're creating a mechanical vibration. So, you can feel the music because depending on how a loudspeaker's fitted, your sub bass, like I say, sub bass, if you could put the magnet and put it against a wooden frame inside so when it goes into the enclosure, the magnet fits around something that's connected to the wood beams of the room. So you couple it. Because that magnet motor, that magnet, you can get vibration through it to a certain degree. You can get a mechanical vibration. If it was coupled, it's got to be coupled. You've got to have something. Make get the router, the cord cutter, and get some MDF. And make a few layers, thick layers of MDF. Put them together, and then you put the fit so the magnet clicks into it, and it should transmit the mechanical vibration. Because you could take those sub-bass speakers out and rest that sub-bass speaker against that wooden beam behind you, put the magnet so it's against that, and you'd feel, put a sine wave, 20 hertz, 25, 30, whatever, and you'll feel mechanical vibration. And when you move it away from it, you won't feel it. Put it against it, you feel it. Yeah. You got to get the most out of the sub bass, absolute most. You got to get all that. Oh, you don't want the house to fall down. I think your ceiling might start to unbuckle and come apart, and no, you wouldn't. You'd damage your hearing. You'd damage your hearing before you could damage the room. You don't want to damage your hearing. No, no, it's not good. Because yeah. But have you done any tests on the speakers? Are they working? Are any of the speakers working now in the room? Oh, come on, play a demo. 1, 2, 3. How many? 6 of them? Oh, all right. Something to use on the floor. Ah, he's so near. All you need is some disco lights in there and play Saturday Night Fever. Get a smoke machine. Get a smoke machine. Get some laser lighting. Do, 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 do. In a way. Oh yeah, surfing. It does. Yeah, yeah, it's got some of that on the I think it's on the DVD I got, and I think I got it on a Blu-ray disc. But yeah, it's got some energy in it. It's got some energy that I can feel. It's, yeah. Well, Johnny, it does. Well, Johnny, it doesn't. Well, Johnny, it looks like you don't get to play president. I'm ready. Tricky Dicky. I'm ready. um, that was a sort of, well, that movie's kind of sort of similar to, I don't know, some other pop. Yeah, that's similar. You got people doing bank heist or something, and then you got either FBI agents looking for the bad guys. Um, only Drop Zone is more about no, it's similar with parachuting, except no surfboards, no surfing. Um, yeah, so with Point Break, surfing, skydiving, robbing banks, so they can live out their lifestyle. Yeah, yeah, I'm just listening. I don't know if you can connect these into stereo zone. I'm not too sure. I've not looked into it. If you could use two of these and then have one for left channel, one for right channel. Um, I've not looked into it, but I only need one little speaker, so I go out, I put it on the bike.
Yeah.
If I can get a signal on YouTube to play some music, otherwise useless. I've got to take something out that's on a little hard drive. That's a music selection that I can play easily. Otherwise, I can't rely on YouTube. It doesn't connect. Connects indoors on the Wi-Fi, but on the data, it's not very good signal on data. Um, but otherwise, holding it like that, I can feel the bass. If I put it against my chest or my nose or my head, or do experiments with it, play pink noise in it, or move it around. I could do experiments with this little thing. It's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, I saw going along the beach in the last few days, I've noticed most people have got JBL. They're a little bit larger. They're like a little boom box. I've seen some this size and some this size. I was speaking to a little family that came down to Bournemouth for a day, and they had a JBL. Was cycling along, and I noticed the JBL was booming, and I was just listening there, and then they were looking at me saying, "Can we help you?" I said, "I'm just listening." I said, "JBL." They probably didn't know it was JBL until I pointed it out, and I said, "I got one as well." Yeah, I've noticed quite a few people, and they seem mostly have JBL. These seem to be the bigger ones, the slightly bigger ones. They seem pretty popular. The guy let me hold the other one he had, and I thought, oh no, I can't put that on the bike. It's too heavy. It's heavier than the cat. My front wheel would go like that. It was sag. The wheel would just press down against it, slow the bike down. This is good enough. It's good enough.
Yeah.
This is better than gramophones back in the 1920s. It's probably got more output power than a gramophone. It plays loud. It plays pretty loud. Yeah, and mono. Like a gramophone in the day was mono.
Yeah.
So and eventually they used the gramophone for motion picture sound. Yeah. £27. 27. It's about the same size as that AC3.
Yeah.
Incredible. What's that in the background I hear? Yeah, I bet it is. You got any wasps or bees flying around? You haven't got any bee or wasp nests? You haven't got any nests in the loft or you know of? Yeah. You don't want them coming in. Whoa. Oh, panic. Yeah. Because sometimes you get a rogue one that come in and they'll start making a nest and you wouldn't even know it. You just well, it's just oh, brand new. Whoa! Oh my goodness! Oh, oh, yeah. I can hear the bird tweeting. It sounds better than Dolby Atmos. More lifelike.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well,
I, oh gosh. Oh, traitor. I'm boycotting it. I will not. Yeah, yeah. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Hmm. But you have to be prepared. Indiana Jones is going to get killed off. You, well, I don't know. You got to be prepared. You got to be prepared. Yeah, you got to be prepared. Man. They're going to turn Indiana. They're going to turn Indiana Jones into a female. Yeah. What? Oh God. Disney own. Oh fuck's sakes. I can just see them removing the scene with the alien coming. I could just see them deleting it or changing it or. Oh no! Fucking hell! Thank goodness! Thank goodness it's on VHS tape and Super 8, Super 8, or maybe on 35mm somewhere, and it's on Laserdisc. It's not been. Oh fuck's sakes! Mm, mm. Yes, I've seen an 8mm at school. Star Wars 8mm and other documentary. What do you call them? They're kind of awareness video, awareness film. It's awareness things for don't go on building sites because they're hazardous, they're dangerous. You know, many children go on them and have often have fatal injury um, because they're not playgrounds. And it was watching films like that on Super 8, and one of these films were very disturbing, and I thought, oh, I get the message. That I don't need to see any. It was pretty grim, actually. The film. I don't know what rating certificate it had, but it was pretty grim. And why they were showing that to an audience of children, I don't know. Just to get the message across, I guess, and hopefully the message sinks in. The message sinks in.
yeah.
Otherwise, even if you go on a building site, even if you're an adult, you could still end up with having an injury. You might be cautious, be cautious and that, but you could probably still have an injury on it, and someone finds you alive the next day, and they call the ambulance. You know, because you just got to wear a hard hat and whatever. But 8mm pretty good. Not a format I like to buy because it's not perfect. It's okay. The color looks nice on it, but the picture quality is a little bit. The sharpness is a bit. Yeah, maybe 16mm. Still got it? Have you still got it? When we start. Oh no! If you can find it and look at it and see if the color is still color. Ah, it wasn't color. All right. Otherwise, the color will fade. Um, oh, yeah. That was a, yeah. That was the thing. People had cine camera films back in typically, I guess, 50s, 60s, 70s. But and until the VHS camcorder came along.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you got to send it off to get it developed, and otherwise, yeah, you had this new invention. You can record. Oh, great! Or you can erase it and then record again. Um, I suppose that's how the porn industry got started. So they don't have to send their dirty porn off to the camera shop to get developed.
Yeah.
Well, they probably had someone develop for them. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Chemical lab. No. Yes. Yes. Yeah, you got to balance got to have another device connected so you can get the white balance levels corrected. Otherwise, I think most of that camera equipment would be very basic for use, and you got to have another device connected into it so you can get a white balance and get everything equalized. Um, Now it's all built into most cameras. 24-36. 24, 24, 24 exposure or 36 exposure. I think 36. I think it was 36 was the most exposure pictures you can take with a camera. And then you got to take the film out, put another one in. Oh well, yes, I remember. I wouldn't mind a 35. I wouldn't mind a 35mm camera. But then I just want to borrow one. I just want to borrow one and take a picture with the 35 and take one with digital. Take one with the phone on the same subject matter, outdoors, a tree, blue sky, and such, and then get it all back, and then do my own judgment on what I think is by far the best. I think the film is going to be depending on what film stock you use with the camera. Oh, my delivery's arrived. Yeah, my delivery's arrived. Oh, buzzing me. Hope it's a nice, sexy girl. I mean, hey, it's hot weather. They're in there all dressed up, aren't they? They're sweating. Oh no, this one. He's. Hey, thank you. Take care. Get some cooling. Get some drink. It's hot weather out there. Sweating hot. Thanks. Oh, here it's arrived. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Bloody hell, come into this bucket. It's hot in here. It was a bit cooler out that way, a bit cooler in the hallway, a bit cooler. Come back in the bedroom, it's hot. God, I've got this little air thing blowing me cool air. God, where's my glasses? Can't see without my glass. Well, I can't focus clearly. Can't focus clearly at short distance. I mean, I can see stars very easily. There are only little points of white light in the sky, only little bits of white light. Okay. Unboxing. And my cat Bear, he likes boxes. Oh look, there's the device. Oh, Bear. Hey. Just open it up a little bit there. Just open it up a little bit. I'll throw it down there. Here he's going for it. He likes to try. Oh, well, he realizes he can't go too far. He's given it a try. He realizes I can open the box wider, Bear. All right, I'll try and get it as wide as I can. But I don't think you'd be able to squeeze in that. It's too narrow. It's just. Let's see if I can widen this box out a little bit. Oops. All right, make it like that. Make it like that. All right, there you go, Bear. I know you like getting your head inside of a cardboard box. I don't know why. This is the camera. This is the device. Now, I've not had experience with any of this. I've got 0 hour experience. This has got a bit of tape here. So, have I got anything like here? I've got what's it? I could kill someone with this. It's just a USB thing. I can kill somebody with that. I mean, look, take it off and take that out. It's a bit sharp on the edge. I use it for a survival cutting tool. And I'll just cut this thing here on the. Yeah, this is what they do in that movie. Was it Jason Bourne? Yeah, anything. They just grab any object, anything, a dinner plate, a towel, wrap a chair around someone, or pull the curtains down. They just grab any object in the room to use as a weapon. Oh my goodness, I'm not having much success with this. This tape's pretty strong, but it's doable. Yep, I managed to open it because if I could probably use that in prison and cut away at the wall, scrape away at the wall. He spent 20 years scraping away at that wall, and the warden doesn't even know where he went. Maybe she knows. You know, this is a damn conspiracy, and everybody's in on it. What movie is that? What movie? That's it. That's it. That's it. You got it. I've seen that movie maybe 5 times. I've seen that movie 5 times, and the story's pretty good, and the writing, the acting, the performance. It doesn't need Dolby Atmos. No, it's very well driven, that movie, with mostly the narration. So when you have either Morgan Freeman narrating, talking over a scene, it's either listening to his character, but I think it's what Morgan Freeman's character, and I focus on his character, and because it drives the film mostly. The Andy Dufresne character, Tim Robbins, he has dialogue in the movie, but he doesn't have narration. It's mostly, I think the character is called Red in the movie by Morgan Freeman. He's mostly trying to tell the story about the other character. But yeah, that movie moves along, and it's only over 2 hours. That movie, it moves along with pace. If you've got a good sound system, it really plays good, because it's got a good Dolby stereo mix. It's got a good Dolby stereo mix on it. Why do they put so much cardboard and plastic in these things? I will never know. I will never understand that. And it's like, bloody hell, I'm trying to get it out of the box. They don't want me to get it out of the box. And eventually, here, Bear, guess what? There's another box here. You want to squeeze into this? It'll try. If I open it up a little bit, if I open this cardboard box up a little bit, and to see if my cat Bear can squeeze into that. Unreal. They are so determined. A cat determined to get into a little void, a little narrow void. Bloody hell. This thing's in a box within a box. What the bloody hell am I buying here? A Russian doll? For Christ's sake, what's with all the boxes? What the bloody hell is this? I haven't a clue. What's that? A magnifying glass? I haven't a clue what that is. Bloody hell! What? I wanted a little Go Smoke. I didn't want a bloody movie camera, for Christ's sake. What the bloody hell was all this? What the bloody hell is all this? For crying out loud! What? It's just pouring out. Oh wow! A USB lead. Yeah, okay. USB. That's for charging it, powering it up. There's a camera strap. I don't know what that's for, but bloody hell, there's more of these clamps, camera clamps. Oh yeah. I'm familiar with that. It's where a camera mounts onto it, and it screws onto a tripod. Goes onto a tripod. Oh yeah. I only want to fit it on the bike. What the bloody hell is this? Crying out loud! This wasn't pretty expensive, this camera. It's like a GoPro. It's a bit cheaper. GoPros are like 500, 600 pound, and I thought that's a little bit too pricey. Oh, that looks like a battery it goes on it. And I think the other thing I was looking at must be the charger. So I've got to read the manual to see how long roughly the battery lasts, for how many hours. So what the fuck? So is this thing stuck on? The fuck? What the fuck do they stick it on there for? Christ's sake. I'm bloody fucking real. I'm gonna break it. Why is it? Why is this fucking thing stuck with tape? For Christ's sake, what are they? That's double-sided. What? It's just stuck onto cardboard. What the? I've got to say, unboxing this is very, very bizarre. Ugh. Here, Bear. Guess what? Got another box there for you to climb into. Bloody hell. I'm going to stick that to my forehead. Almost. I've got my best glasses on. And I'm just trying to figure this thing out. Is this a waterproof casing? Something waterproof? Usually I can get most cameras up and running in just a few minutes, but this one looks completely alien. So I've got no experience with it. I think this must be some security cover going around this. I'm just trying to figure how it. I don't know. Something clipped there. Something clipped there. I can see some hinges. You got to take this camera out, I think. You know what? I need my head torch light because this light's not very good. The light shade is not very good there. I need a camera headlight. Come, Maggie. So I can see. I need a light and glasses to see what I'm doing, because it's like trying to split the atom with a sledgehammer. I don't want to be doing that with a sledgehammer. Might go kaboom. Oh my goodness. Ugh. I don't think I might be going out on this thing tonight. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. Oh, okay. Now I can see the subject. Right. So it says open sesame. Open sesame. No, it's not working. The magic word. I tried the magic word. Doesn't work. Open. Okay, now it's like a bloody security seal. Oh, hang on. Bingo. Right. Okay. All right. I think I understand this. I think this compartment is the waterproof for maybe going underwater. Yeah, because I can see the rubber seal. I don't plan to be taking my bike into the ocean, not unless I'm 007. But I think somehow this has got to be in the casing still. Maybe. Or some of the other casing. This looks like a battery recharger thing. Yes, yes, there's a USB connector in there. This must be the battery. Bingo. Right, okay. I wonder if it comes with an SD card on it. I wonder if it comes with a free SD card. I have no idea. I can see port. Yeah, the ports. Yeah, I see the ports in there. This thing is so tiny. But how good's the picture? I don't know. No idea. I mean, look at that lens. The lens doesn't look like. I mean, I wouldn't use my DSLR on a bike. It's too expensive. So this battery. Open the. Well, right. I got to peel. Do I peel this tape off? No. Yeah, that clicks in like so. That over there. Right. Gotcha. How good is that? How good is that engineering? It's not going to break, is it? There's a power on button. I think this is also voice activated. You can say record or stop recording. It's got a voice activation on it. Peel. It says peel off the films on the camera screen, camera lens. Oh yes, I see it. I see it. It's a little thing here. Oh yeah, I peel it off. Looks like that. Looks little. Peel this off. Okay. I've got dust on the bloody lens already. Okay, now I should have left it on. That's bullshit, really. It's just a little. What's it? Oh yeah, I've got a little. Wow, they even give you a little lens cleaner. A fabric lens cleaner to clean the camera. Wow. Usually you don't even usually when you buy a professional camera, you don't get any of that shit with a fucking thing. You just get the camera body with a standard lens, with a standard narrow angle lens. That's all you get. And then you realize how expensive the camera hobby is. When you want to buy another lens, it's expensive. I only have a few, and then I stopped buying lenses because, especially brand new ones, they were too expensive. If I see another manufacturer that's doing more or less the same thing with competition against the other manufacturers out there that are making similar lenses, they do the same thing, only the other one is cheaper. I bought Samyang lenses, and they seem to be a little bit cheaper than the Canon lenses, which are about £4,000 or £1,000 dearer. And I think, well, I haven't got that money to spend on a bloody camera lens. That's ridiculous. The other option is second-hand ones, and there's nothing wrong with them. Nothing wrong with the second-hand lenses. So just working out all the parts here. Because I've got to mount this. I don't want to mount it on my head. I don't want to put it on my head. Oh look, so if I do that, see you can't see anything there. Now I put my hand in the way. Now you can see the image because my hand's reflecting the light. Maybe if I use a bit of cardboard here, a bit of white cardboard. to reflect the light. Looks very weird, that, doesn't it? That looks very weird. Looks like a ship with a funnel. Oh, we're sinking. We're going down. We're going down. Glug 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 glug. Oh, yeah. So I guess I got a plug-in slot in the SD card. But usually I thought you put the SD card in. Let me have a look at this thing where the battery goes again. Pull that out. No, I don't see any housing or anything inside, because usually the SD card goes. I have to get the SD card out of the box, because okay, this mechanism here, it worries me. The little that worries me. That does, because I can see this is going to break. This has to be handled with care. Otherwise, the weakest link here is what holds the battery in. Otherwise, that breaks. You got to put tape around it, and it doesn't look attractive then with tape. Okay, the thread there. Okay, the thread. Yeah. Okay, for the mounting. Oh, what we got? Got all these little. I've got to engineer this so I can mount it then onto the bike. Oh, is this another battery? Oh, right, you get 2 batteries. Oh, right, a backup. Okay, so I'll have one charged up. Plus, I take the other thing out, Mikhail. This I've got 2 of them, so it's a battery charger.
Okay.
Yeah. It's 500 millivolt. No, 10,000 milliamp. It's a 10,000 milliamp. So I take 2 of these out with me, so I can charge up the phone, or even though the phone will stay charged up for maybe a few days. But when you're using the phone for videoing or even live stream, the battery level starts to gradually go down a bit faster. Yeah, there's no moving parts. It's probably the video processing that's drawing and it's demanding such an energy source. Yeah, so got to have a backup battery, because you can't just use your phone for video. And then what if you're stuck somewhere, or you had to make an emergency call, and then you got 1% left on your battery? That's only going to last a couple of minutes, and then you're just about to give your coordinations so the paramedics, the ambulance can come, and then the phone goes dead. No receive, no transmit. But I'm still completely baffled why this thing is stuck on a. So do I stick it on my head? I guess I could do that. Yeah, sort of like use a camera shot. Oh look, but sorted. Yeah, I'll just put it between the. That's manageable. But I never will know where the camera's looking, because you got to make you got to angle the position, make sure, and what else is on this camera? Where is it? Hang on. Oh yeah, peel this off. Hang on. Hold it there. I peel this off at the back. Let's have a put that there. Because I was beginning to think there's something more to this. You peel this off. Yeah, there's the little screen. It's a little LCD. I was thinking, has this got an LCD screen on it? Because all I can see was this tape.
Yeah.
All I could see was that on there, and thinking, what's this? I could barely read it. Oh right, yeah, because I did read the description when I bought it. That was yesterday. I think yesterday I bought this. Yeah, so yeah, it's got a little screen on it, very tiny. I should be able to power it on. I'm not sure if it said it's a touch screen. I think it said something like a touch screen, but there's not much there to touch. It's very tiny screen, very tiny. There is a battery in there. I'll turn it or hold it, power it, hold it down. I can't see anything. Can't see anything working on it yet. It's probably made in China. That's no wonder. Oh, hang on. Oh no, it's at the front. It's the front. Hang on. Press. Oh, right. Okay, let me have a look. Let me have a look how good this is. How good this looks. So get it close to the camera here.
Yeah.
It's not very clearly focused there. It looks pretty terrible because it's because the camera is looking at the camera screen. Yeah. And I'll turn it around. I'll just move it around. Look at this light. This light up here I got. Yeah, the light balance on it is not bad.
Oh.
No, I can see the light pretty clear. The light bulb, because I thought it would, because if I put this camera here, hang on, it's trying to balance the level a little bit. There we go. This one looks okay. Yeah, that looks okay. That's kind of auto balanced it. I'll move it away. Not sure what that red light means. If that's indicating the battery's getting low. I'm surprised it's got any voltage in the batteries. Oh yeah. I touched the screen and it comes back on again. Oh yeah, the battery level there. Yeah, I can see the bat level. Where is it? I've got to line it up with this camera. Yeah, the symbol there for the bat level. Oh, it's got a microphone on it. Oh, is it? Does this record mono or? I don't know about. I'm not sure. I'm guessing stereo. I see something. Turn this on. I see something there. See little holes. 1, 2, 3. I'll turn around the other way. And I think I'll turn around the other way. And I see 1, 2 there. I'm guessing it might be stereo recording. I have no idea. I haven't got a clue. So there's no card in this yet. So I've got power it down. Hold that power button. Oh, it makes a ding 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 little Chinese music, I guess. I'm going to grab an SD card, which has got to be a micro size. Put them in here somewhere, I think. I did put them in there. that's not it. That's not the bloody thing. What the bloody hell did I put that bloody... Oh, it's over there. There it is. Oh, there it is. Got it. Little bag with a micro SD card. It's incredible how over the years, over the decades, you know, with film and camera storage, and they can put everything onto a tiny little... Doesn't that boggle your mind?
Yes.
I mean, you can record on it, erase it, start again. You know, if it doesn't look good, you can start over again. Just, you know, until you got what good picture quality. Too bad they couldn't get this movie. It's called Ice Road. It's called Ice Road. It's got Liam Neeson in it. Liam Neeson, the Jedi Master, the Jedi Knight, and they got trucks going across ice. But there's a scene in the movie, and the photography is terrible. It is amateur. It might as well just been a fucking porno movie. It is awful. You got two characters in a scene. They're near, one of them's near a window, and you got the other one. He's near a door, and the camera angle changes, and then when it's looking at the other guy with the window in the background, it is so over contrast. I can't even bloody see the actor in this, but I can't see the actor, the performer, because they haven't put. It's like I say. I turn the light on, get a big piece of cardboard, hold it there, shabam. You got light on your subject. Take it away, you get bloody glare. It's like, what? I can't fucking see a fucking thing. Put that there, boom, shabam. It's a kind of magic. Actually, that looks pretty good. I'm looking at myself and I can see the skin tone color, and it looks pretty good. But those are typical things they usually use in movies sometimes. They're like tin foil, or it's like what they use in photography camera. It's like to light up. So if you got light coming in at another angle, you reflect it back, reflecting the light back, so it's goes onto your subject. Look, what you need is a light coming in from a different angle, because I can tell the light's coming from above. And it's a bit of a hot spot. It's too over contrast. It's not balancing, and on the arms there as well. It's not balancing the light level. Our eye is way better. Our eye is a lot more advanced. Have you got any of these devices? Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm going to. All these other parts. I'm only going to need one part. Yeah, and then I've got to mount it to the bike securely. It's got to be mounted securely so it doesn't fall off. I'll probably keep it in the. I'll probably keep it in case it rains. In case it suddenly rains, and you know, I take it with a pinch of salt, Mikhail. I take it with a pinch of salt that they say these phones are waterproof. No, I ain't gonna buy that. I'm not believing it unless that camera phone or whatever it is, it's inside a proper. And I'll probably test this. I'll probably close it up. No, not with the camera inside. Just fill the sink up with some water and put it underwater and then take it out, dry it off on the outside. Just dry it off to make sure, you know, because when I open it up, I don't want water getting inside. That's dripping off and then going inside. And then just to check to see if it is, you know, sound. But I don't know about going underwater with these. I'd have to double check and make sure that's, you know, but I have no intention. I've got no intention of going underwater with that camera. just as I wouldn't take that in the ocean. I've taken this phone near the ocean. I've taken this one near the ocean. It got a little bit wet, and I just dried it, but I wouldn't go underwater with it because I just think it only needs to get in somewhere, that water, and then get into the rest, and then get into the back air, and then around all the electronics, and then just mess it up or corrode it, or get some corrosion. That's all it has to do. And your phone's fucked up. Otherwise, you've got to get certified camera things to go underwater, and they're not cheap. I don't expect they are cheap to put that into a waterproof to go underwater. I guess it would be a few hundred pounds just for the waterproof case, just to take that under, or a video camera for that matter. I guess those things would be a few hundred. But yeah, you want it to be good. You don't want the water to get on the. I like underwater photography. How it's so captured, and the detail, to show the marine life, and what it takes probably to go under and do that photography is, it's not something you see on a daily. We go in the ocean. We may not have a snorkel with the goggles, the goggles and the snorkel. We go there, and, you just go under the water a little bit. Your vision's blurred, and your vision's all blurred. And oh yeah, the other day when I was out with a cat, my goodness me, the amount of fish I saw swimming. In one of my videos, there was hundreds, if not thousands. I don't know what type of fish. The only fish I can think of are rockland, sandfish, a weaver, which is a poisonous fish. I don't think it was a weaver. It was either something maybe like a fish called a rockland. It's a very tiny fish. I don't think they were sea bass. They get big, and you can catch them, and you can sell it to a restaurant. They'll buy it. If it's got to be a legal size. The fish has got to be a legal size. You can't get a fish that's too small. That's sea bass. It's got to be a legal size, I believe. And you can take the poor creature and get some money for it, like that, just like that. If you got a lot of them, you could be asking maybe get paid, but not many sea bass. Not many around here you can catch. It mostly mackerel is most common fish that you catch on the. Everyone's casting their line out. Chances are they're only going to catch mackerel or some seaweed, maybe the odd crab. But yeah, over this area, over at Sandbanks, it's where all the rich people live. It's down that way. It's down that way from here. It's down that way. Out that way. Well, actually more that way, I think. A little bit more that way. Not that way. A bit more that way. It's about a few miles away. It's where all the billionaires live. I'm not kidding. Their houses down there cost £15 million. 15 million. What the fuck? Just give me a small house, just a small tiny little house with a roof. Nothing complicated. I don't need a £15 million house, for Christ's sake. Not even 1 million. What am I going to do in a house with But it's amazing. I go down to sandbanks. I feel so alienated. I feel what the fuck? I'm not kidding about these micro bloody fucking hell. I've got to handle that with care. Fucking thing, you can break it. I've got to make sure I don't keep it around, otherwise my cat magic will eat it. Well, if I put a bit of ice cream on that, he'll eat it. Oh my goodness! Where does this? Usually these cards they got to slot in. Where's the bloody camera? Where's this thing go? Is it going there? Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've got to read the manual. There's probably somewhere else on this phone where this has got to go into a slot. This doesn't go down the side. This doesn't go down the side of the phone. There's no way. No, I've got to read the manual. Anyway, you got to go feed the kitty, the moggy, the monsters.
Continue.
Yeah, I'll be around. Fucking hell, it's no wonder this card is so tiny. It says made in Taiwan. Yes. Yeah. Night. Which is is that one? That one? Where the heck is it? Why don't I use phone? Phone. 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 I use phone. What phone on that? I've got to read the manual on this bloody thing. Crying out loud. Where's that SD card? That SD card has got to slot into somewhere secure. That doesn't go on the outside there. No way. That would break. Where's the friggin' manual? What the fuck? I guess the bloody manual will be in. Where's the manual for this? That's not the manual. Where's the manual? Oh, there it is. There's the manual. Oh, don't lose that SD card for crying out loud. Oh, you know how much that flipping thing cost? Crying out loud. It's like bloody microfilm for bloody spies. Fucking hell. Oh, why can't it be an ordinary SD card? Can I use it? I don't think I can. No, that doesn't. No. Why can't I use these ones? Even these ones you've got to be careful with. Yeah, just got to be a little bit careful with. Just as 35mm, you got to be careful with how you handle 35mm. Okay, read the manual. Well, I just only have to read where the camera SD card goes. I can't see anything in where that battery goes. I can't. Usually some cameras where you open the battery compartment, there's usually a compartment where the SD card will slot into. So it's housed securely. But everything there is in Russian or Czechnia or Japanese. I need deciphering, decoding for that. There's got to be something here in English. Oh, in English. Scan. Hang on. User manual. Scan the QR code to visit the following link to download detailed user manual. Well, I'll just Google the bloody thing and I'll find a PDF file. That's okay. That's easy to find. Contact us. Okay. Okay. 24 will respond in 24 hours. Okay. Manual. Everything else is the same, only written in a different language. Otherwise, it's just looking at the diagrams, which are pretty basic. Oh, right. Now, okay. Yeah, I understand the battery charger thing now. Right. Gotcha. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So I could put two batteries. Where are they? Simultaneous charging. Simultaneous. Okay, two battery compartment there. Okay, I see that. Right. Okay, understood. Roger that. Oh, so that SD card, it really does go in on the side here? Okay. Try it. Which way does it go? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the diagram. It only goes in one way. Let's look at the diagram. Upside down that way. Gotcha. Okay, the pin's this way. Okay. Oh, hang on. Gotcha. Oh, okay, it's mated. It's clicked in. Okay. And I'll just push my fingernail in there too. But that can break very easily. So it's got to handle with care. Because that could break very easily. Okay, it's loaded. I should be able to video straight away. Record and stop. I think I can. Or is it record and pause? I'm not sure if it could do that. Turn it on. Okay, it's turned on. Oh yeah, what's this here? Oh right. Video resolutions. And what's this? Hang on, can I scroll this? Oh, okay, I can scroll it. Okie dokie. I can scroll this screen. Microphone, recording, sound. Yeah, sound alike. It's on. Okay. Let's press that button. I think goes back. Oh, makes a little bleepy sound. Yes. Definitely going to need a battery backup on this because I don't know how long this will last. And when recording, does the screen have a auto turn off so the screen goes blank until you touch the screen again? Otherwise, the backlighting or the mechanism for, is going to draw recording is going to draw from the voltage. Okay, let's just see what it's got. See, this is pretty clever. Internal microphone oh, all right, I can connect an external on it. All right, that will be through the USB, one of these USBs it doesn't say on the manual thing here. It's got to be one of these USBs here. That's USB. But they're micro type size. Otherwise, I could, theoretically, I could connect the other Panasonic stereo microphone to it, because that'll have a better, but I'm not sure. I'll try the external, because it's got stereo, very little tiny microphones. Okay. Got angle, wide, medium, narrow. I say it's on wide angle, so it's the widest angle on the lens, allegedly. Auto low light, auto drive mode, video scene mode. It's a little bleepy. Oh, what's this one? Wind noise reduction. That's turned off. Okay. I have to try the wind noise reduction on and off to see what the frequency response is like, because it's got to filter some of the sound. And I like all the windy sound, even though it's disconcerting. But I'm hearing wind on my ears when I'm cycling, so I'm hearing wind blowing against my ears. So why shouldn't it be on the recording? It's part of the low frequency sound. You got fast motion movie. So I guess I could video and then play back. I don't know. I haven't checked this out yet. I haven't even made a recording. Make a loop recording. So unlimited, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute. I think I understand what that means. I think it's like, if I put it on 2 minute, it'll record 2 minute and then it'll stop, and then probably something like that, and then whatever, or keep it on the other one so I can stop it. Do it as I go. Video resolution 4K 60 frame, 4K 30 frame, 2.7K 60 frame, 2.730. I can go through 1080p down to 720, and that's the most it'll go down to. It'll go through 720 60 frames per second, 720p, 720 resolution, 120 frames per second. That's pretty fast. 240 frame. I can imagine how soap opera the image looks. I've got 24 frames on here. 30 frames it seems at the most. So this would be like kind of taking my Sony Handycam 4K camera out, which is a bit bulky. I wouldn't chance it because I get broken if I go out on the bike. So probably put it on 4K at 30 frame, because I just think 60 frame it's going to look like something like one of those dreadful IMAX movies in fucking high frame rate. I can't stand that image. It looks dreadful. I just don't like this high frame rate. Looks like a bloody soap opera TV show. Scroll through that. Angle, record, sound record. That's on. Microphone, it's on it's on internal. Okay, special effects. Special effect. Non black and white. Super vivid, natural. Navigate, warm, cold, red, green. What the blooming at? Keep it on natural. I think it's on natural. Yeah, keep it on natural. Go back, out. Okay, it's looking. Oh, blimey, I can surprise you can see this bloody screen. Oh dear, it's got frame. Is that frame count? Looks like frame count on there. Let me see. Want to try record. Which button do I press? This one. What's that say? Card. Hang on. Card speed slow. What the bloody hell does that mean? Card speed slow. What the heck does that mean? This buttons down the side, up and down. Voice activated. I wonder why you activate the voice act. Yeah, because I need to activate the voice activate. I can't really fumble around with a camera when I'm cycling. It's pretty awkward. Unless I had something that's near the handlebars, like a stop, record, or maybe record, pause, stop. Yeah, 3 buttons, a simple 3 buttons, sort of like record, pause, and stop. So it's near the handlebars, something sort of thing. Oh yeah, the screen does turn off after a while, and you tap it again, and the screen comes back on again. All right, so it's got a little what's it? Okay, so that reserve battery power. It says no file. Got an SD card in there. No file. Okay. Gets more complicated. It's a lot more easy with the bloody DSLR. No file. Maybe I've not recorded anything on it and there's no file. What does that mean? Card speed slow. What does that mean? Oh, these buttons on the side. Okay. That's the zooming. All right. All right, that's the zooming. Okay. Can I hold my finger on? Okay. Card speed slow. What the bloody hell does that mean? Card speed is slow. Oh, and I can use the touchscreen for the zoom as well. Okay. But what does it mean, card speed too slow? Just turn this off. No, turn it off. Turn this off. Maybe let's take the card out. Oh yeah, click. $512 GB. Am I pretty sure? Oh, just noticed with this, it gets a bit warm on that LC. Yeah, just noticed it gets a bit warm. This thing doesn't even come with an SD card. You buy a camera, blah blah blah, and I don't see anything in the pack in here like an SD card that should come with it. You know, so you buy a camera and you get an SD card with it. It's not like that's not usually the case sometimes. Apart from all these other, just checking everything to see if you get an optional SD card. You know, you get an SD card with it. Like I can see. What does it say in the box? What does it say? The box include. What's in the box? It says. You know. Yeah. What's in the box? What's in the box? Tell California to stay away. John Doe has the upper hand. Don't come in here. What's in the box? Okay, what's in the box? Camera, waterproof case, remote control. Remote control? What the bloody hell's the remote control then? It says a remote control. I didn't see a remote control. A remote control. 24-month activate. Okay, so I might as well get my activation on the 24-month warranty. So I'll do that later, but you can see the batteries. Remote control. Where the heck is where's the remote control on this thing? So I'm getting... What's this? Oh no, it's a bit of double-sided tape. Oh yeah, some things there for holding the camera on. Some little wires there. I don't see a remote control. Oh, unless my cat picked it up and ate it. See a little thing here. It says a remote control, but I can't see. This is not the remote control, is it? Doesn't look like a remote control, nor does that. Doesn't look anything like that illustration. This is the remote control. Oh, very unusual remote control. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Oh, this is like Mission Impossible. Dun 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 dun. You wear this. So, okay, I'll get that. Wear it around my wrist. But hang on, I think I will try and put this round the handlebar or near the handlebar so I could use the hand. So I only have to, because I'm not going to take my hand off and then do that. try and fit this round near the right. So that's the remote control. So it's something out of Mission Impossible. Okay. That part check. You got a zip tie. You got a strap, lens cloth, a quick start guide manual. What's this? Handlebar mount. Handlebar. Okay, gotcha. Must be this part thing here. Okay, I already got a handlebar mount on the bike. The chances are me going out and testing this and taking magic out. What time is it? It's almost 6 o'clock. It gets dark by 10 o'clock, I think. So, yeah, undo those. Yeah. I know what I've got on the bike at the moment. It's that's for the phone mounting for the phone. I think I can use that. Yes, I got it sussed out. That roughly, where's the telephone? Telephone? Yeah. This mounting thing here, with what I got, I can click that onto the gooseneck on the phone. Right, that's sorted. Okay, cameraman. That part's sorted. Right. And of course, keep it in the housing, waterproof housing, in case it rains. But I'm still baffled with something it's not recording, something to do with slow card, or try it again. Turn it on. Ding, 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 ding. And press record. Card speed is slow. So it's either do I have to get another card again that's a little bit shorter than 500? Or maybe there's a record resolution on here for otherwise I don't see why there's a problem. I could put a very high speed card in my DSLR camera or my 4K handy cam, not a problem. Don't see why it should be a problem. Card speed slow. It's like saying it's a snail. Time lapse video. Time lapse. Oh, interesting. Time lapse. Turn that off. Okay. Time lapse. That's interesting. Video resolution 4K 30 frame. Try it 1080. Try 1080. Image stabilize. No, I don't think anything to do with image stabilizer. Oh, that wide angle looks a bit like a fisheye lens. I've got a fisheye lens there for my DSLR camera. Yeah, that's a bit of a kind of fisheye lens, that image look there. Let's see what angle. Simple check. Check my DSLR with a standard wide angle lens. See what that looks like compared to this. I'll get it about roughly the same position on the front of the lens. Yeah, this lens wide, this angle lens is not bad, but it's a bit like a fisheye, lens. Yeah, it's that's not too bad. That's not too bad. It's a few more degrees angle on there. That's not bad. That should, I guess, a little bit better compared to the phone. So I'll compare this with the phone. Compare the angle. Go on video mode. Get position. Set that lens there. Set it there. Yeah, there's this camera's got quite a little bit of angle, better angle than the this phone. Better angle than that. But it says something slow speed card. I don't know what that means. I've got a feeling I've brought a card, an SD card, that's a little bit 2 gigabyte too much, and it's not giving a handshake or something. So that doesn't mean I can't use it for something else, but I haven't got anything else that I use micro. Everything else is a normal SD card. So let me try that again. Touch the screen. I wonder if this remote does anything. Is it activated? Oh, I think it's just taking a picture. I heard a little click. No, it says card speed too slow. I don't know what the bloody hell that means. Card speed too slow. What the bloody hell does that mean? It's just taking a picture. Well, maybe I'm not on video mode. There's not much I can do on that. A few buttons. Well, I think the Gemini man, he had with his digital watch that turned him invisible. I think he had a few more functions. I mean, one of them was being invisible. The Gemini man. So where do I look at pictures? Okay. Oh, right. Okay. Wi-Fi, video, photo, time. Hang on. Let's put it on video. It says card speed too slow. What the bloody hell does that mean? It's doing my head in. Press this button. Card speed too slow. And yet it seems to have taken a picture. 2 pictures. I don't understand. Slow motion, Wi-Fi. I don't need Wi-Fi. Time lapse. Slow motion. Card speed too slow. It's still saying card speed too slow. It's got to be something to do with the. Okay, let's turn that off for a sec. SD mini card. I'll go and get another card. If I can't go out today, then I'll have to do this tomorrow. I'll have to get another card. So a little bit. Still something with a bit of gigabyte. So a little bit shorter, maybe. Micros. SD card. Try. Incidentally, let's have another look on this reading. See if it says anything on there. Entry charge, blah blah blah. It's got voice control. Something. What is ISA? EIS. What's that? 2.0. I don't know what that is. 4K 60 frame. 20 megapixel photo. Voice control. Let's see if I can bring up the manual for this because go a bit more detail. Or maybe look at the item again. Let's bring up the item. It's got a bit more detail. It's the only micro card I got, so I have to get another one. Might be maybe the gigabyte size on that's too high. Maybe it's saying card too slow because the card is too high gigabyte and it's too much for it. What the heck? So it looks like some vibration mode. EIS. Waterproof Wi-Fi. 8K, 8 times zoom. What's in the box? Warm tip. Samsung. Warm tip. 64 for. Yeah. Maybe the car's faulty. Does the sorry for this action not come with a selfie stick? Oh, you can get this on a selfie stick, no problem. Piss easy. This thing's like a toy. Seriously, I'm surprised the angle of that lens is fairly wide. But that lens is still we'll see how it goes. Just see if I can find anything on the information on the SD card. A couple of 64 gigabyte memory cards are a good starting point. Images at once, 64 gigabyte. Let me see. 64 gigabyte. What SD card have I got in my DSLR? Oh, 64. I think maybe I've got a card that's too damn high. Okay, 64. 64 gig, and the phone usually, I think 500. What the bloody hell am I supposed to? What am I bloody recording? Motion picture film? I think our card is too high for that sort of camera. It'd probably be okay for my Sony Handycam. I'm pretty sure my Sony Handycam's got a SD card in there that's over 100 gig at least. Storage on this phone is approximately. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, I think I've got a card that's. It seems I'm not too sure if it's taken some pictures, but it doesn't seem to want to run video. I'm puzzled. I'm really baffled by that. The card fits the slot, but it says camera speed. Camera card is slow. Okay. Get a couple of them. I'll get a few of them. How much was that card? Not too expensive, was it? Oh no. Cheap. These cards are cheap. That's almost cheaper than buying 35mm film. I wonder how much 35mm film is. And of course, you only get so many exposures. 24, 36, 24, 36 exposure. Okie dokie. I'll look at that in a second because I'm kind of curious. Like a kitty cat, I'm curious. Meow. Meow. SD Mini Micro. $64 gig. That's a little bit cheaper. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, that one's cheap. Tomorrow. Oh yeah, they're usually good. Oh yeah, and as my dad would say, my dad say, get the one with that number 10. I'll get 2 of those. And I'm pretty sure I haven't got an SD card that's micro that I can even use additional. I'm surprised they really didn't put a micro card with, when you buy the camera, you get a micro card with it, a micro card. I'm just going to turn this on again. See if I can see the where the pictures are. I'm pretty sure I heard the camera go click, click. I got this upside down. What's this button there? So it says no file, but I'm pretty sure I heard, and I saw a little thing showing 2 numbers. which indicates 2 pictures. But it's doing my head in. I wonder if it's got an internal memory on it. Usually some cameras have an internal memory. Let's see. Hold. Turn off. Finger in there. Okay, turn that out. Turn it back on. No card. So it's got no internal memory on it. I mean, the phone's got an internal memory on it, but you got to erase, delete the files, otherwise you can't put any more on it. So whether you transfer those over to, say, a Fire Stick. Yeah, a Fire Stick. Wait a second. No, that won't fit. There's no way round that. Wait a second. No, hang on. Not unless I had something to plug in on there. Just trying to think. Is there a way around this? It's got a USB. No card. Okay, it's got no internal memory. No card. Where's that little USB? What's it? Would it be the same fit? If shoe fits, wear it. So, can I connect this onto? Okay, that connects in. Okay. Just wondering if card out here. Card out the phone. Don't know if this will work. And then connect. No, got no port. Hang on. Oh, bugger. No. I need a male, female. Nice try. Nice try that. Unless there's an adapter that I connect on there, and then these two will mate. And if I were to put the card in and it's connected, theoretically that should say, yeah, I could use this 64 gigabyte. I don't know. I have no idea. Nice try, but I haven't got an adapter or anything to make that. I think I've got a connector that is a male-female, but it might be an extension lead of a sort. This is like the movie Jaws. You get this little SD card for its skin. No, I can't do that. But I think I can get it close enough to this cage. Why couldn't they have made the bloody thing that's for crying out loud? Right, turn it off. Turn it off. Okay, undo that. I think I've got something for a little slot for a micro. Yeah, it's on this one, on this thing to transfer data. That one, no, that plugs into what's it? That's for other data. There's a little slot on there. That's for a micro. I think. Which way does it go? This way? No, it must be the other way. Okay, it's gone in. So, yes. Okay, put this back in the DSLR. And I'll plug that into the laptop. Should bring up pictures if there are anything there. If there's anything there. Okay. Open Sesame. JPEG video. Not sure. I think that's the camera phone number. I think that's the camera I'm looking at here. I think those are the pictures. Zoom it up. Yeah. All right. It's taken photographs, but why is it not running video? I mean, it's a 520. But why is it not? It's only taking pictures. I'm baffled. I'm really baffled. Must be a step here I must have overlooked. So it's taking the pictures, and the pictures are not as good as my DSLR, I don't think. Let's go to the next picture. Oh, that's all fuzzy and blurry. That's totally useless. Even this one is not perfect, but that fisheye lens really distorts the image. All right, so that one, I'll unplug that. Take the card out. Close that. Pull this out. Okay. So I'll try this back in the camera again. Okay. Maybe it's the frame rate it's on. I'll try again. It took a picture, but slow motion time lapse video. I'm on 1080p, 120 frames per second. Maybe it's something to do with that. Video resolution. Let's try it on something simple. 720, 60. Let's try 1080 30 frame. Is it on there? Let it go click. Yeah, okay, exit. Exit, come on, exit. Still saying camera speed too slow. Camera card slow. I'll wait until the other camera cards come here. That'll be tomorrow. Otherwise, it's not. Why? Oh, hold it down. It says Wi-Fi. Waiting for Wi-Fi connection. Oh, no. What are we talking about here? What's going on? It's good. Network. Yeah. And then, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Camera speed too. Camera card too slow. Image stable. Driving mode. Off. Date, time. Auto power off. Screensaver. Power frequency. White balance. Exposure. Language. Format card. Format card. Could be something to do with this. It's turned off. Let's turn it on. Something was blinking. Let's exit. See what it says. Cameras, but it's still saying the same bloody blah blah blah. I just took another picture. Heard it go click click. But wide angle. Night lapse bust picture. God, speed slow. Doing my head in. No file. That's bullshit because I know there's pictures there on the. I thought it might be something to do with the formatting of the card. Format, record loop, image stabilizing, video resolution. Wide angle camera, not channel. Screensaver, power recorder, power frequency. Yeah, frame rate. 50 hertz, 60 hertz. It's on 50 hertz. system. Default system information, card information. Okay, it shows my card information and it's okay there. It's had a few picture or something on it. This doesn't say it's going video mode. Format card. Format no. Format yes. Completed. Completed what? I need an ice cream. I need an ice cream. Maybe a Pepsi will suffice. Maybe a Pepsi. Let's run the what's it? Let's just run the test drive the the camera. So might have to wait till tomorrow. Not getting any joy there. Crikey. Camera too slow. I have to Google the manual. V5D. Alpha Kilo Alpha Sierra Oscar. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. What are you trying to get inside the box? Magic. Down. If you're receiving SD card speed low, error message on your action camera, need to format SD card repeatedly. SD card are you using might be compatible with the camera or could be faulty. Faulty card? Took a picture. It's not running video. I need to look a little bit more. That's the what's it? What do saying slow card or card pop up? Kindly choose proper SD card according to the user manual. SD card is U3 rating or above, well made, no manufacturers. kindly format the SD card on your computer first and choose a FAT32 default on the file system and choose so what were they saying? I've got to plug this card into the laptop and give it a formatting and then use it in the didn't have to do any of this on the other things. What the blazes? Come give it a try. So I've got to plug that thing back into here and give it a FAT32. FAT32. That just doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Should be ready to go. Go. See. Card speed slow. Card speed is slow. Curious. What about voice activation on this? Whoopsie. What about voice activation? When nice angle. Narrow. Wide. Drive mode. Drive mode. Video scene mode. Manual water riding winter night. I'm pretty sure I haven't got any micro other SD cards that I can think of. Do I have any other micro SD cards? Other than what's in the phone, I think that's micro. No, I need that card in there. Sorry. And that's a Wasset card, I think. Wasn't any other. I don't have any other type of. I don't think I ever had a micro SD until now. I just can't fathom this. Oh, bit rambling here and bit rambling. Oh, this is almost ready to go. It's just holding up, Houston. Got a problem. Oh, name must be undervolt card. That doesn't seem to be compatible. Drive mode, it's video scene mode. Loop, image stabilize, video resolution. Can't see why that not be a problem. Try picture. Oh, hang on. Battery's getting a little bit low on this already. You can see the battery level's getting a bit low. So I've got to check out I've got to get the full manual, find out what the record time. Does it say on the box? How long's the battery last maximum? What's the maximum? Doesn't say. Oh, interesting. The remote sensor. The remote, what do you call it? Sensor thing on it. The remote sensor. This has got a distance up to 7 meter, 23 feet. That's not too bad. Do a remote picture taking. Capture moment with one click. Okay. All right, hang on. What's this say here? Activation voice. Take a picture. Take a picture. Take a picture. No. So much for voice activation. Right, it's just taking another picture. It's just a still picture, but no video. Want video in stereo, in Technicolor, in Cinerama. It's just taking another bloody picture, for Christ's sake. Why did I press anything? 1, 2, 3. Is it on the voice activation? Picture taking. Picture. Still picture. No. Okay. Calm down. Oh, I was just taking another picture. Cameras. Fucking hell. Oh, wait till tomorrow. I think this card's just too damn high. And it's only good for taking pictures, not video. That doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Anyway.